Chapter 721, The Aquarius of Revelation. Facing these enemies that appeared out of thin air, the group of four momentarily forgot to think. However, despite their minds going blank, the intensive high-intensity training and combat literacy cultivated in the ruins for a long time made them act instinctively. Neville charged at the enemies as soon as they appeared. Although he hadn't figured out what was happening, he knew his duty was to never let them get close to his teammates. At the same time, Harry, Hermione, and Ron quickly spread out after their initial shock. Facing the sudden enemy, their priority was to open up space and create a good environment for counterattacks. Blazing flames, torn to pieces. Once they had created some space, the three quickly launched a counterattack against the demon servants. To be honest, their minds were still in chaos, and they were fighting entirely by instinct. Because Neville was the first to engage the enemy, his offensive was faster and more ruthless. He struck a demon servant in the head with 2 axes. Immediately afterwards, Neville discovered another characteristic of the demon servants. During melee attacks, the opponents would not use their flashing method. Therefore, both of his slashes hit solidly. However, these monsters were indeed in good physical condition, and the double-damage Blessing Fire Axe only knocked out more than half of the opponent's HP. Moreover, even after Neville abruptly cut off the right arm of an enemy, the opponent continued to attack as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, the amulet on Neville's body was powerful. When the 3 demon servants attacked him, they were blocked by a solid full-body shield. Coupled with his nimble movement skills, he barely held the 3 monsters back. However, after the spells from Harry and the others arrived, 2 of the demon servants used their flashing skill again, transferring their hatred to Harry and Hermione respectively. For a moment, the scene fell into chaos. Neville quickly broke the deadlock. He killed the enemy in front of him with a violent offensive, and then continued to support Hermione. With Ron's support from a distance, the 3 of them successfully killed another demon servant. Meanwhile, Harry was staggering, leading the last monster around the side. Once he realized that his teammates had freed up their hands, he turned around and cooperated with them to kill it. Although they dealt with the 3 demon servants in a hurry, the crisis was not over. From the direction of the quarry, 3 more demon servants rushed towards them, completely ignoring the others and heading straight for Ron. Their hatred was now focused entirely on him. Damn it, it's really endless. Even Neville, usually gentle, couldn't help but swear. He could only bite the bullet and push forward. Ron, stop fighting head-on. Pull them around like Harry, Hermione yelled, panting. They had no time to delay. Got it. Ron knew he had caused a catastrophe. If his fear value hadn't soared, they wouldn't have been so passive. After responding, he moved quickly, and the other 3 took the opportunity to attack wildly. This tactic of pulling monsters was effective. The 3 demon servants only had eyes for Ron, and Neville chased them all the way without knowing how to fight back. However, just as they managed to deal with 2 demon servants, another mutation appeared on the battlefield. The 2 demon servants, who had been beaten to death, seemed to know they were about to the battle. They activated their flash skills to get close to Ron and self-destruct. Although the electric current generated by the explosion didn't cause much damage, the accompanying paralysis effect and fear value bonus were significant. With 2 loud bangs, Ron's fear value instantly shot up to 100%. As soon as Ron's fear gauge filled, he seemed to transform. His expression turned ferocious, his skin gradually reddened, and his purple-black veins bulged like wriggling tentacles. A strange red light, even gull, beamed in his eyes. Oh no, Ron is possessed! Harry shouted anxiously as he saw the words "possessed survivor" appear above Ron's head, shattered to pieces. Before Harry and the others could react, the possessed Ron turned and fired a fierce spell at Hermione. The magic bullet had a trace of scarlet blood, and its speed and power were significantly enhanced. Hermione, seeing Ron's curse, didn't dare to face it head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Harry, standing next to her, immediately cast a disarming spell at Ron. He knew that the person in front of him might no longer be Ron, and he couldn't afford to be lenient. Whoosh! Ron coolly flicked his wand and easily parried the disarming spell. Are you kidding me? Harry and Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief at Ron's performance. They couldn't imagine Ron executing such a difficult maneuver. Parrying a curse was a skill typically learned after the 3rd grade. Although they had practiced it in advance due to their involvement in the tactical club, their success rate was low and certainly not as effortless as Ron's. They were more accustomed to dodging attacks. "I'll handle the last demon servant. You two wake him up quickly," Neville shouted, snapping Harry and Hermione out of their daze. They quickly refocused on the battle. The 3 of them engaged in a fierce fight, colorful spells flying around. Despite being outnumbered, Ron, now possessed, seemed to have gone berserk. His reaction time, speed, and spellcasting ability had all dramatically increased. Soon, Ron forced Harry and Hermione to take cover. The 2 of them were frustrated. If Ron's usual performance was half as good as it was now, they wouldn't have to work so hard to clear the dungeon. Just as the 3 were locked in combat, Ron, focused on Harry and Hermione, suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck and collapsed. Neville had finished off the last demon servant and had sneaked up behind Ron to knock him out. Phew! The 3 of them sighed in relief as the battle finally ended. The fight had been bizarre, with the enemy appearing out of nowhere and the possessed Ron becoming inexplicably strong. "We can't keep fighting like this," Harry said, his face grim. "My fear value has risen to 62%. If we encounter another enemy, I might get possessed by a demon." "I'm at 65%, Hermione added, shaking her head helplessly. "Let's head back to the quarry. If enemies can appear so suddenly, the road ahead will be even more dangerous. The wild might be more perilous than the residential areas." "I just hope we can find the source of the fire in the quarry," Harry said, glancing at the map with a troubled expression. "The bonfire locations are all in the wild. Our priority now is to reduce our fear value." The recent battle gave everyone a clear understanding of the dangers posed by fear. A possessed person is likely more challenging to deal with than several demon servants. The wizard who becomes possessed can not only use their wand to cast spells normally, but their strength is also significantly enhanced. On the bright side, it was fortunate that Ron was the one possessed. If it had been Neville, with his 2 pieces of equipment, he might have wiped them out. "Let's go back and see if we can find 1 or 2 more amulets. My amulet's energy is only half left. The attack power of these demon servants is really strong. They are like elite monsters in a dungeon," Neville said, glancing at his amulet and shaking his head. After speaking, he carried Ron on his back, and they carefully returned to the quarry together. To be honest, they didn't know if they would encounter another enemy that appeared out of thin air, but the camp ahead was the nearest resting place. Staying in the house could also slow down the rise of their fear levels. Fortunately, nothing happened on the way back. Harry even found an oil lamp in a hut, which provided a source of fire and helped dispel some of their fear. With nothing to worry about for the moment, Neville, who was relatively healthy in term Ace of Fear, went out alone to search the remaining houses in the quarry. Not long after, he brought good news. There were indeed 2 treasure chests in the quarry. From one of the chests, he took out a blessed machete, similar to a fire axe, and a brand new blue-quality amulet. The other chest contained a blue item called the Revelation Vase. Quality: blue, no 12. Description: a special item. Pouring the liquid in the bottle onto the armlet of power will give the wearer a special ability. Skill: Purification Flash. Cost: 5 ticks of mana. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Casting method: the palm wearing the power armband can activate it by stretching forward. Range: a 6° cone area 2 meters in front of the palm. Effect: casts a magic flash that can directly disperse all low and middle-level demons within the range and cause significant damage to high-level demons. So strong! Harry couldn't help but admire the Revelation Vase's description. With this, it will be much easier for us to deal with those demon servants. Yes, and with another amulet, we don't have to worry about Ron so much, Hermione said, relieved. What do you mean? Do you think I'm the one holding us back? Ron's weak voice suddenly came from the side. He had gradually woken up after some rest. At this time, you still have the mind to argue with me? Do you know how scary you were just now? Hermione gave him a stern look, but then considerately took out a bottle of nourishing potion and carefully fed it to him. Ahem! Ron stopped Hermione's rough way of administering the potion with his eyes and then sighed with lingering fear. You don't know how terrifying it is to be possessed by a demon. What? Can you still feel when you're possessed? Harry asked curiously. It's not just a feeling. At that time, my perception was more awake than when I wasn't possessed. It's hard to describe that feeling to you, Ron said, tilting his head in thought. It's like I was looking at myself from a third-person perspective, but I couldn't do anything. I couldn't control my body or even speak. The coldness and cruelty seeping out of my body were very clear. It felt like I was being held down at the bottom of a cold lake, watching my body being taken over. No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't break free. Ron recalled his recent experience, his face pale with fear. I struggled hard, but it was useless. No help, he said, breaking out in a cold sweat. His fear was palpable, and it was clear he had been genuinely terrified. Stop talking, Hermione said, shrinking back involuntarily. You don't need to describe it so vividly. I don't want to imagine being possessed by a demon. Neville, rubbing his hands nervously near the oil lamp, asked curiously, But were you able to see or perceive the appearance of that demon? Ron shook his head. No, the demon seemed invisible and omnipresent. The possession happened so suddenly, like I was kicked out of my own body. Harry frowned, deep in thought. It seems this dungeon is more complex than we thought. According to the revelation bottle, the monsters we've encountered might only be low-level demons. There will definitely be more powerful enemies ahead. Hermione's expression turned serious as she looked at the group. We need to change our strategy. I suggest we don't head directly to the second revelation document. It's too far away. Ron quickly caught on. Oh, you mean we should clear different strongholds along the way and develop our strength gradually? Exactly, Hermione nodded. Have you noticed? Despite the high difficulty of Desperate Town, the equipment we found is quite powerful. We've only opened 3 chests and already obtained several green and blue items. If each of us can gather good equipment, we might stand a chance of getting through the dungeon. End of this chapter. Chapter 722. Jason, a single kerosene lamp couldn't reduce their fear quickly enough. The group of 4 rested for over an hour before their fear levels finally dropped to 0. Without further delay, they set off towards the location of the second revelation document. The newly acquired equipment was distributed among them. Ron received the blessing machete and amulet, while Hermione took the revelation bottle. They had already decided to search for a set of melee equipment along the way to arm Harry, making Hermione the sole long-range supporter. The journey was far from peaceful. After obtaining the first revelation document, it seemed as if a switch had been flipped, activating the entire town of despair. The number of demon servants increased, and new enemies appeared. First, they encountered a wolf-shaped demon servant in the wild. Its body seemed to be festering, and its speed and reaction time far surpassed that of the human-shaped demons. It could evade most spells by moving around, but did not self-destruct upon death like the human-shaped demons. They also encountered 2 trigger traps that appeared out of thin air. Fortunately, with the support of their equipment, Neville and Ron easily dealt with these threats. Before reaching the gas station where the second revelation was hidden, they searched 2 strongholds and found 5 more treasure chests. This allowed them to equip amulets and discover their first blue weapon, a flame-shaped 2-handed longsword, and another revelation vase. Quality, blue. Attack power, 40-50. Durability, 60-60. Equipment requirements, strength attribute and above. Trait, this item was once blessed, dealing double damage against tainted enemies. Additional skill, Battle Frenzy. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Duration, 90 seconds. Skill description, each hit increases melee damage up to double the initial attack power. Quality, blue. No 7. Special item, pouring the liquid onto the armlet of power grants the wearer a special ability. Ambition aura. Consumption, 3 moments of mana to activate, 1 moment of mana per teammate covered. Cooldown time, 15 minutes. Duration, 2 minutes. Skill range, within 15 meters from the user. Skill description, aura skill that slightly increases fear resistance and damage to enemies. Both items were rare and valuable. The Light Blessing Flame Sword significantly boosted the team's combat effectiveness, while the Ambition Aura was a rare auxiliary skill that increased their error tolerance. Hermione naturally enchanted the Ambition Aura, while Neville took the Blessing Flame Sword since his strength had reached Torsword, meeting the conditions for using the two-handed sword. The fire axe Neville replaced couldn't be used by Harry due to his lower strength, so it was given to Ron. Harry, with his strength and agility, used the machete. Good grief, this hopeless town is not only enormous, but also teeming with enemies that appear out of nowhere, Ron remarked, sitting by the fire and eating. Before reaching the gas station, they had triggered 2 space traps in a row. After a fierce battle, although everyone was unharmed, their fear levels had entered the dangerous range. They had to find a bonfire to rest for a while. Fortunately, they had found enough matches earlier, as none of them were particularly skilled at lighting a fire, wasting 2 boxes in the process of matches in order to light this bonfire. Now I finally understand why Professor Wilson called the Dungeon of the Ruins a temporary dungeon. This place is really not suitable for people to stay in, Hermione said, her face and body covered in the blood splattered by the monsters they had defeated. She wiped the dirt off her face as she complained. The most troublesome thing now is that we've been in Hopeless Town for several hours, but we still haven't seen Snape. He must have found the Sorcerer's Stone by now, Harry said, staring at the blazing fire, his worry about Snape and the Philosopher's Stone evident. Probably not, Hermione shook her head resolutely. If our speculation is correct, the Sorcerer's Stone should be stored in the Professor's secret storage room, which can only be opened by completing the mission of Hopeless Town. If that had happened, we would have noticed. Maybe Snape is dealing with those monsters in the dungeon, or maybe he's already been killed by them. The demons in Despair Town are ridiculously strong, Ron speculated darkly. Hey, let's not talk about it. Snape has never experienced a dungeon before. He definitely won't be able to adapt like us the first time he came in. Maybe he doesn't even understand what the fear value is, Neville teased, making everyone laugh involuntarily. While they were slandering Snape, the potions professor they were talking about was still struggling with the terrain. This damn place! I won't spare that bastard Anduin when I get out, Snape muttered angrily as he navigated the forest. He was startled by a few demon servants that appeared out of thin air, but quickly dispatched them with his vicious shadowless curse. Unlike Harry and the others, Snape wasn't wearing dungeon equipment. He had followed Quirrell into Hopeless Town, but was so eager to catch him that he didn't pay attention to the props at the landing site. As a result, he had no idea where he was or what to call the area in front of him. Without a map, Snape gradually lost his way after entering the wild. He had encountered residential areas, but they were deserted, inhabited only by wandering monsters, which he dealt with casually. He didn't stay long in those rooms, dismissing them as mere decorations made by Anduin. Snape didn't know about treasure chests, equipment, or other items in the dungeon. With his keen eyesight, he could tell that the food and water sources in the rooms were not clean, so he instinctively avoided them. As time passed without finding Quirrell, Snape's frustration grew. Is there something wrong with Anduin? Does his so-called dungeon need to be this big? Where can I find Quirrell now? He cursed, closing his eyes to perceive something. It's strange. You can't apparate here. Did Anduin cast an anti-apparition spell on this place? Now I can't leave even if I want to, Snape realized. After wandering aimlessly for so long, he wanted to use apparition to leave and report back to Hogwarts about Quirrell breaking into Anduin's instance. But the entire area was covered by an anti-apparition spell, a significant undertaking that seemed unnecessary unless Anduin was guarding against someone specific. Snape couldn't help but speculate. He considered using the Patronus charm to send a message to the outside world, but then he thought about the creature manifested by his Patronus. Snape temporarily abandoned the idea of using the charm. If it's not a last resort, it's better not to expose this spell, he muttered to himself, shaking his head in confusion. Since escape seemed impossible, his priority was survival. Drinking water wasn't a concern. He had space equipment with a certain amount of supplies. What troubled him more was the discomfort this area caused. Focusing his energy, Snape carefully perceived the surrounding air and frowned. Why is there a faint smell of black magic in the air? And those ugly humanoid creatures have a similar scent. Could Anduin be studying black magic? He pondered. No, he calls this place a dungeon. He might open it to others in the future, so these black magics are likely prepared for those little wizards. This black magic aura is very similar to the fear technique inherited from Hypor. If the concentration of this magic increases, even I can't withstand it. I need to find a way to counteract this negative effect, Snape concluded. Despite not wearing the dungeon equipment or listening to the dungeon prompts, his rich experience allowed him to understand the essence of the fear value. The best way to counteract this effect is to prepare tranquilizers or euphoria. In an emergency, a few leaves of wormwood can temporarily calm the mind, he thought. And since Anduin cast a fear spell here, he will definitely leave a solution. Isn't that what he loves to do? Watching others struggle to survive from a dark corner, treating them like monkeys. Snape couldn't help but complain, but he gradually calmed down. It was only now that he thought of searching the camps carefully, deciding to follow Anduin's rules, despite his initial reluctance. Meanwhile, Harry and his group had finished their second rest and were heading towards the gas station where the second revelation document was stored. However, there were significantly more demon servants guarding this document than the first. It seemed that the more pages they collected, the more dangerous the town of despair became. As soon as they entered the gas station's range, they triggered a space trap. Fortunately, their improved equipment made it manageable. They had encountered so many similar attacks that their fear value barely increased, and they were becoming more adept at handling them. After defeating a group of demon servants, the foursome rushed to the gas station, only to face a new threat. A burly man with a chainsaw and a porous mask emerged from the gas station. Seeing the name Jason Voorhees above his head, they were taken aback. They hadn't expected to encounter a named enemy in Despair Town. Unlike other demon servants, Jason didn't yell. He walked towards them with cold, deliberate strides, then began to accelerate, finally breaking into a violent charge. The chainsaw in his hand roared as it swept left and right. "Everyone, be careful," Harry shouted. It was the first time he had seen an enemy wielding a weapon in Despair Town. The demon servants they had encountered before were unarmed and would self-destruct upon death, leaving no usable items behind. "I'll use Purification Flash. Be careful not to get hit," Hermione, at the rear of the team, shouted. She quickly stepped forward and activated Ambition Aura. As Jason charged towards them, Hermione stretched out her hand, ready to cast her spell. Hermione decisively raised her left hand and activated the skills stored in her armband, judging the distance perfectly. A beam of light, similar to a flashlight, burst from her palm and struck the opponent directly. The speed of this skill's activation was incredibly fast, almost like a flash. Given Jason's large frame, it was impossible for him to evade. After being hit by the Purification Flash, Jason's body gradually faded and then disappeared as if it had melted away. Seeing the formidable enemy vanish instantly, Hermione couldn't help but admire the armband in her hand. This skill is unbelievably powerful, she thought. "Watch out, Hermione!" Ron shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. To his shock, Jason, who should have been defeated, suddenly reappeared behind Hermione, raising a chainsaw high above his head, ready to strike. Without hesitation, Hermione dove forward, trusting Ron's warning implicitly due to their long-term cooperation. Ron's timely alert saved her, as Jason's chainsaw missed her by a hair's breadth. The chainsaw slammed into the ground, its teeth tearing through the soil and kicking up a cloud of dust. The continuous vibration of the chainsaw made everyone's feet tingle. "Damn it, I hit him with the skill. Why isn't he dead?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice trembling with shock. She was drenched in cold sweat, having narrowly escaped death. "I don't know, but we need to kill him now. Look at your fear gauge," Harry shouted, his face contorted with worry. Prompted by Harry, they all noticed their fear gauges rising rapidly, like a stopwatch counting down. At this rate, it would only take a few minutes for everyone's fear gauge to be completely full. End of this chapter. Chapter 723, Neville's Transformation. Facing the critical situation before them, Neville, Ron, and Harry abandoned any pretense of tactics and charged at Jason in unison. They knew they had to defeat him before the fear gauge filled, or the consequences would be disastrous. Neville, leading the charge, activated his battle frenzy skill without hesitation. He gripped his long sword with both hands and aimed a powerful slash at Jason's neck. His strike was successful. Jason's chainsaw was deeply embedded in the soil, leaving him no time to counter Neville's attack. Jason didn't even consider abandoning his weapon to avoid the blow. However, Jason's body seemed to be made of fine steel. Neville's flame-shaped sword cut through Jason's muscle tissue but was stopped by bones as hard as iron. Blood sprayed from the half-severed neck, splashing onto Neville's face. Despite the severe injury, Jason appeared unfazed. He ignored the pain, struggled to pull out the chainsaw, and swung it horizontally at Neville. Neville's sword was stuck in Jason's neck, and he couldn't pull it out in time. Facing Jason's counterattack, he had no choice but to abandon his sword and dodge. Unlike Jason, Neville's body wasn't invincible, and the energy of his amulet was running low. Although Neville was forced to retreat, Harry and Ron had already flanked Jason. They circled behind him, one on the left and one on the right, and attacked with their sharp blades. Ron swung his fire axe into the hollow of Jason's knee, like chopping a tree. Though he didn't sever Jason's leg, the joint injury caused Jason to stagger and half-kneel on the ground. This blow effectively restrained Jason, but Ron's axe got stuck. Desperately, Ron held the handle with one hand and stepped on Jason with the other, engaging in a tug-of-war. "Forget about the weapons. Use the petrifying curse with me." Hermione shouted anxiously, seeing Ron's futile struggle with the axe. She immediately cast the petrifying curse. She was unsure how Jason had dodged or escaped her purification flash attack earlier, so she decided the best strategy was to immobilize him. Neville and Ron, awakened by Hermione's command, abandoned their weapons and drew their wands, casting spells fiercely. Meanwhile, Harry continued to hack at Jason with his machete. Though his strength was weaker than the others, he managed to break through Jason's outer layer with each cut. Jason, surrounded and under siege, grew irritable. He switched to holding the chainsaw with one hand, swinging it wildly. He couldn't get up and chase them because Ron had severed his calf joints, rendering him immobile. His movements were slow, and all he could do was struggle. Under the continuous barrage of spells, Jason's body gradually turned to stone. Finally, Harry delivered a jumping chop, shattering Jason into pieces. Seeing their enemy turn to stone, the group of four breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although their battle was far from over, they had overcome a significant hurdle. The battle that had just taken place seemed straightforward, with several people pressing down on Jason throughout the process. However, there was a significant amount of luck involved. Ron managed to chop off the opponent's foot with an axe, a feat that might not have been so easily accomplished otherwise. Just as the group began to relax, they noticed something alarming. Jason's body, which had turned to stone in front of them, began to fade and slowly disappear into the air. This was reminiscent of what happened when their opponents were hit by the purification flash. "Careful, Harry," Hermione shouted, her voice filled with urgency. She had spotted Jason, who was supposed to be dead, reappearing behind Harry. This time, Jason's face was covered in a full beard and shadow, and his weapon had changed from the terrifying chainsaw to a two-handed axe. Harry reacted quickly to Hermione's warning, rushing forward. However, Jason's movements were noticeably more agile than before, possibly due to the change in weapon or some transformation in his body. He swung the axe at Harry in midair. Fortunately, Harry's new amulet activated, and the shield it produced barely managed to block the attack. The force of the blow, however, reduced the shield's strength by more than half, leaving Harry in a cold sweat. Seeing this, Neville and Ron hurriedly retrieved their weapons and charged at Jason once more. By now, they had realized that although Jason was incredibly strong and had slow reactions, he had the ability to resurrect. They didn't know if he could continue to recover if they kept fighting, but they had no other choice. Jason's reappearance caused their fear levels to rise again, albeit more slowly than before. They knew that dragging this out would lead to their demise. After his resurrection, Jason had changed significantly. Although his body shape remained the same, his agility had increased. He could now keep up with Neville and Ron's pincer attack. Neville's combat frenzy skills were still active, making each of his slashes fast and hard. However, Jason had learned to dodge and parry, no longer as reckless as before. Despite being dodged and parried multiple times, Neville remained calm and focused. He seemed to be a natural fighter, able to harness 120% of his strength in critical moments. Soon, he found an excellent opportunity. After another slash was dodged by Jason, Neville didn't pull back to defend as usual. Instead, he used all his remaining strength to throw himself forward. Seeing Neville expose such a large opening, Jason turned sideways and raised his long axe to strike. The situation looked dire, with Jason poised to decapitate or cut Neville in half. Hermione, watching from a distance, widened her eyes in shock, her heart nearly stopping. However, Neville remained composed. He kicked his forward leg vigorously, turning sideways and slamming into Jason's arms, hitting him squarely in the chest. At the same time, Neville's hands didn't stop moving. He quickly retracted his arms and executed a beautiful sword maneuver, bringing his long sword up to intercept Jason's arms. Jason, still in the midst of his powerful swing, found Neville's flame-shaped long sword positioned between his elbow and wrist. The scene that followed was witnessed by everyone. Jason's arm was severed by the force of his own attack, the long sword cutting through with precision. With almost all his strength, Neville swung his sword, and a crisp click echoed in the air. Jason's hands, which had been gripping a large axe, were effortlessly severed by the blade. Even Jason himself hadn't fully processed what had happened. His dull mind was still grappling with the sudden loss of his hands, even as he was in the midst of an attack. In that moment of Jason's confusion, Neville's eyes sharpened with determination. Without hesitation, he turned swiftly and split Jason's head in two with his sword. Puff! Bright red blood spurted wildly from the cleaved head, splashing onto the 12-year-old boy standing in front of him like a water gun. The other 3 people nearby were stunned by Neville's fierce and brave actions. To be honest, they were all dumbfounded. After each resurrection, the enemy's physical strength decreases to a certain extent, but their speed and reaction time increase. "Everyone, be careful," Neville said firmly and quickly, flicking the blood off his sword. His entire demeanor had transformed. He exuded a fierce aura, and even his voice carried a chilling edge. Following Neville's reminder, everyone noticed Jason's body slowly disappearing into thin air. When Jason reappeared, he was behind Neville, still holding the battle axe, glaring at him with murderous intent. The others wanted to warn Neville, but Jason's stealthy approach left them no time to react. However, Neville seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He sensed Jason's presence the moment he appeared. Without even turning around, Neville stabbed backward with his sword, as if committing suicide, letting the blade pass by his side. Jason, caught off guard, was impaled in the ring, his stomach. Neville then swung his sword fiercely, disemboweling Jason in an instant. This time, Jason was beheaded by Neville as soon as he was resurrected. But the battle wasn't over. Jason's body vanished again, only to reappear, not behind Neville this time. Even with his impaired brain, Jason realized that the boy with the sword was not to be trifled with. Upon his next resurrection, Jason's weapon had changed to a meat cleaver. The one-handed weapon shortened his attack range, and his strength and physique weakened further. Although his reaction time and speed improved, his aura and sense of oppression diminished significantly. Neville, now in a heightened state of aggression, rushed at Jason like a mad dog, hacking him to pieces. The scene was so bloody and brutal that the other 3 could hardly bear to watch. If seen by unscrupulous reporters, it would surely be headlined as "Cold-blooded teenager violently dismembers man outside gas station." Jason resurrected once more, but this time his weakness was evident to everyone. It was clear that he couldn't resurrect indefinitely. The 4 of them surrounded and beat Jason to death without any trouble. From start to finish, the terrifyingly strong man didn't utter a sound. After Jason's final death, instead of disappearing into the air like before, a strange red and black magical flow emanated from his body and sank into the ground. It seemed as though the ground absorbed or retracted his strength, and then Jason's entire body disintegrated into a puff of smoke. The only thing left at the scene was the strange, porous mask on Jason's face, still emitting a faint purple light. "Phew, thank God!" Ron exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground after the grueling battle. "This guy was really weird. He had 6 lives. Fighting him almost broke my bones." "What do you have to complain about? Neville took out half of this monster's lives by himself," Hermione retorted, rolling her eyes at Ron before giving him a dissatisfied slap on the back of his head. "Why do you always hit people?" Ron glared at her, annoyed. "And did you forget how that guy's second life was taken? If I hadn't chopped off his head with an axe, could we have won so easily?" After his outburst, Ron looked at Neville with lingering fear. "But Neville, your aura just now was terrifying. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Neville replied. The sharpness in his eyes hadn't completely faded, but he managed a slight smile. "During the battle, I had a very special feeling. It's hard to describe, but it was like waking up from a deep sleep. Everything around me became very clear, and my mind felt much sharper." Neville let out a long breath, still smiling. Despite the recent battle, he felt as refreshed as if he had taken a hot bath. His muscles and bones seemed to have loosened, and his thinking had become much clearer and quicker. He no longer felt the same inferiority and dullness as before. Ron noticed Neville's transformation and couldn't help but admire him sincerely. "Is this the transformation Professor Wilson talked about? Every time he increased our training, he said it was to help us complete the transformation quickly. I thought he was just making excuses, but I didn't expect it to be true." End of this chapter. Chapter 724. Don't talk about martial arts. "I don't know either," Neville said with a sheepish smile, scratching his head. "But just now, when I was in the most critical situation and about to risk my life, I felt something wonderful. My thoughts and ideas suddenly became much clearer." "Does this kind of change happen when you work hard?" "Then this transformation is too harsh," Ron said, exhaling in frustration. "It's probably also related to Neville's usual hard training," Hermione interjected, rolling her eyes at Ron. "Unlike you, who lazes around all day." "Since you work so hard, I'll let you handle it next time," Ron retorted, rolling his eyes back at Hermione. He couldn't understand why she always seemed to scold him. After his complaint, Ron turned his attention to Harry, who was standing not far away. "How about it? What did that big guy drop?" At this moment, Harry was examining the mask left behind by Jason after his defeat. Hearing Ron's question, he turned around, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Come and see for yourself. This item, it's incredible." The other 3 hurried over to Harry's side to inspect the trophy. Quality: purple. Category: relic. Durability: 2/2. Additional skills: Jason Voorhees cooldown time: 6 hours. Skill description: consumes 50 magic points and 1 durability to summon Jason Voorhees to aid the owner in battle until he runs out of life. Tip: the summoned Jason Voorhees will inherit 100% of the user's personal attributes and has 500 health points. If the user is possessed by a demon, Jason Voorhees will also be possessed. Tip: Jason Voorhees will have 3 lives after being summoned. Each time he is killed, he will resurrect behind a random enemy within 5 seconds. Each resurrection changes his form and weapon. Hiss! The group collectively gasped upon seeing the mask's effects, exchanging astonished glances. This item was simply too powerful. Although the mask's description seemed complex, its function was straightforward: summon Jason to assist in battle. He would have the same strength, agility, and intelligence as the user, along with 500 health points. The most astonishing part was that this summoned creature had 3 lives. The 3 forms likely corresponded to the Chainsaw Jason, Tomahawk Jason, and Meat Cleaver Jason they had encountered earlier. While the original Jason had 6 lives, the summoned version had 3, which was still incredibly formidable. The 4 of them had struggled against Jason, even when fully armed, nearly falling to him. With such a powerful and fearless ally, even if 10 or 8 devil servants appeared simultaneously, they wouldn't feel intimidated. For a moment, the group felt that the Dungeon Town dungeon wasn't as difficult as they had imagined. A relic? Is this a new type of item? Does it refer to items that can summon monsters? Hermione wondered aloud, her curiosity piqued by the category listed in the item description. This was the first time they had encountered a relic. Perhaps. Either way, with this item, our journey ahead will be much easier, Harry said, breathing a sigh of relief. He then handed the mask to Neville. Neville, quickly use a tonic to replenish your magic power. You have the highest basic attributes among us. Okay, Neville agreed without hesitation. Among the group, he was the only one whose strength and agility attributes had reached Frus. Although his magic power was a bit low at the moment, he could still use the item's skills sparingly. After confirming the ownership, he prepared to use the mask. Harry urged, let's quickly find a place to reduce our fear levels. This Jason is truly terrifying. One battle made my fear level exceed 70%. Everyone nodded in agreement. It wasn't just Harry. Everyone's fear levels were high, with Ron's reaching 81%. Fortunately, Jason was the only elite enemy in the gas station area. Otherwise, the surrounding demon servants would have been attracted to the GAT-M. The group lined up to explore the gas station again and found the second revelation document without much trouble. They also opened a blue chest, which contained a new amulet that Neville promptly equipped. After thoroughly searching the gas station, they didn't delay and rushed towards the nearest bonfire spot. After dealing with 2 waves of enemies, they finally earned a rare moment of rest. The group of 4 had been in this dungeon for a long time. Logically, it should have been morning by now, but Despair Town was still shrouded in night. Their primary concern was their own situation. The longer they stayed in this eerie place, the more unsettling it became. Even Harry's greatest wish at this moment was to leave this ghostly place as soon as possible. Stopping Snape had become a secondary goal. But sometimes, things happen suddenly. Just as they managed to reduce their fear levels again, Harry, who had taken out the map to plan their next move, suddenly changed his expression. Strange, why did the position of the third revelation document change? He said. The map in Harry's hand could observe the locations of the 3 revelation documents in real time. The page that was supposed to be in the north of Despair Town had unexpectedly moved south, now located at a bonfire in the wild. It really changed. Hermione frowned suspiciously as she glanced at the map. Then she suddenly realized, every time we get a new revelation document, the difficulty in Despair Town increases. Do you think this revelation document will... You mean that the creature who took the page is some elite monster similar to Jason? Ron understood Hermione's implication. There is indeed such a possibility. That means the current revelation document might have become a drop from a mobile boss. This dungeon is getting more and more difficult, Neville sighed. I don't know how strong the monster guarding the revelation document is. If it's more powerful than Jason, we're in trouble. Damn it. Do we have to waste a relic skill on this guy? Hermione said, distressed. They had already discussed saving the skill of summoning Jason for the final stages and trying not to waste the durability of the item while collecting revelation documents. But given the current situation, the demon carrying the document must be formidable. They had managed to deal with Jason because of Neville's outburst. If they encountered another monster of similar strength, it might not be as easy. Don't be so pessimistic. Let's see the situation first, Harry said calmly. And if there are new elite monsters, there will definitely be good loot. Maybe we can get another relic as powerful as Jason's. I hope so. Hermione sighed softly. She was really fed up with this eerie place. The almost ubiquitous malice and pressure were pushing them to the brink of collapse. But they didn't have time to dwell on it. If they wanted to escape this ghostly place, they had to complete the entire dungeon. Without further hesitation, they rushed to the location of the third revelation document. Although the position of the third page had changed and caught them off guard, they were determined to face whatever awaited them. Originally, the location of the book page was very far from the 4 of them, and they would have had to waste at least an hour on the road. However, now the distance had inexplicably shortened by half. After nearly half an hour, the group of 4 finally arrived at the location of the book page marked on the map. a bonfire in the bushes. As they approached, they carefully hid their figures and scouted the surrounding terrain cautiously. To everyone's surprise, apart from the looming fire in the distance, there was nothing unusual around. They had expected the area to be heavily guarded, but it was surprisingly quiet. Strange. Did we all think wrong? Did the page simply change its position? Does this kind of revelation document have the characteristic of moving after a period of time? Ron muttered, puzzled. No, look! Neville, with his sharp eyes, pointed towards the bonfire in the distance. There is a black figure beside that bonfire. It seems to be a person. The elite boss guarding the pages must be it. Harry nodded firmly. But since there is only one person on the other side, they must be very powerful, maybe even stronger than Jason. Then why don't I summon Jason now? Neville swallowed nervously. Don't rush, Hermione whispered, holding Neville back. Let's try to organize an attack first. Maybe we can deal with it without consuming the durability of the relic. In that case, we have to go all out as soon as we make a move and try to damage it as quickly as possible. Harry stared forward with determination. Let's be careful, go around behind the opponent, and then hit it with a simultaneous curse, followed by an all-out attack. Yes, but I have to remind you, Hermione added, even if we kill it, don't let your guard down. Be careful that the other party has the same resurrection ability as Jason. Got it! Understood. The group responded firmly and immediately started to act. It had to be said that the four of them had not spent time in the tactical club for nothing. Their stealth skills were quite superb. They kept moving until they were more than 10 meters away from the figure, making no sound at all despite the surrounding bushes. Go, Harry whispered, and the four of them stood up simultaneously, summoning all their magic power to release their best attack spells. Burning Flames, Stupefy, Impedimenta, Petrificus Totalis. The four charged spells shot towards the figure like shooting stars with faint tail flames. However, the opponent's reaction was unexpected. The four had anticipated that their charged attacks might not have much effect, thinking the figure must be an elite monster similar to Jason. Even if they hit the opponent, it would at most just hurt it. But the figure reacted like a deer suddenly frightened. After the spells were cast, it trembled all over and then jumped forward in a panic. Although it barely escaped the salvo, the figure looked extremely embarrassed. Just as Harry and the others were about to continue their attack, they were suddenly taken aback. The figure scrambled to stand up, and the four of them saw the face clearly. It was Snape, whom they had been chasing for a long time. Snape, on the other hand, was even more confused. When he had searched a camp earlier, he had changed his previous haphazard approach and searched seriously. He discovered several items with magical fluctuations and gradually learned that in this dungeon, fire sources were needed to reduce the influence of the fear technique. He had planned to take a short break here before going to find Quirrell. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed while simply sitting by the fire? Snape was taking a nap when he was inexplicably attacked from behind. As he turned to see who had the audacity to assault him, he realized it was Harry and the other three young wizards. "Why are you here?" Snape demanded. "So you are here!" Harry and his friends exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. Snape, however, was puzzled by their reaction. What did they mean by "so you are here"? Didn't they know they were in this place? Before Snape could make sense of the situation, the group of four launched another attack. Unlike their previous cautious approach, Harry and his friends were now brimming with excitement, recklessly casting curses at Snape as if he were their sworn enemy. Snape was bewildered. What was going on in the minds of these brats? Why were they attacking him so fervently, especially after recognizing him? But there was no time to ponder these questions. Several spells were already hurtling towards him, and he had to defend himself. Snape, being the skilled wizard he was, effortlessly deflected their attacks with a mere flick of his wand. He didn't even need to use the iron armor curse. His ease in handling their spells only seemed to frustrate Harry and his friends further. Realizing their IC was ineffective, they picked up their melee weapons and charged at Snape, clearly intent on a physical confrontation. Snape almost choked on his own disbelief. The sight of these young wizards rushing at him with such determination gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. Hadn't he once found himself in a similar, inexplicable brawl with a young man? End of this chapter. Chapter 725, Stronghold War. Do you know what you're doing right now? Attacking a Hogwarts professor so blatantly. I'll deduct 100 points from each of you when we get out of here. Snape, flanked by Ron, Harry, and Neville, was seething with anger. These brats had the audacity to attack him. He considered putting all these young wizards down, but he quickly calmed himself. After all, he was a professor, and Harry was among them. Faced with their surprise attack, Snape had no choice but to cast a few Protego spells to block their advances. The young wizards, undeterred, took up their weapons and slashed at the barriers, shouting defiantly, "Don't think we don't know what you're up to. You're trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Professor Wilson, aren't you? We won't let you succeed." Ron swung his axe, creating a gap in the barrier, his words filled with pride. "What? Steal the Philosopher's Stone? Do you have flobberworm eggs for brains?" Snape was bewildered by their accusations. He knew there must be some misunderstanding, so he quickly defended himself. "The one trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone is Quirrell, and he's connected to the Death Eaters. Don't waste time here. Find a place to hide and let me handle this." "Professor Quirrell?" Harry and the others were incredulous. How could the stuttering, sickly professor be a bad person or a Death Eater? Still making excuses? You tried to kill Harry before. You cursed him during the Quidditch match. We all saw it. If I hadn't set your robes on fire, Harry might have died. Hermione, standing behind the others, cast a spell with her wand while speaking with conviction. "You suspect me because of that? What a bunch of idiots. If I, a potions professor, wanted to kill someone, would I choose such a stupid method? Couldn't I just poison them? With my skills, I could concoct the most delicious poison. And why would I choose such a public place like the Quidditch field to cast spells? I was reciting a counter curse because I noticed someone else was causing trouble with the broomstick." Snape yelled, glaring at Hermione. He had wondered how his robes had caught fire, and now he knew it was her doing. After hearing Snape's explanation, the group couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. What he said made sense. Snape had never forced them to drink any potions in class, and poisoning was certainly within his capabilities. But this alone wasn't enough to convince everyone, and Harry continued to stare at Snape intently. "Then why did you sneak in here before? You were blocked by a three-headed dog and got scratched, right? I saw it all, and I heard you mention the three-headed dog to Filch," Harry accused. "Are you as brainless as your idiot father? I came to investigate to prevent someone from sneaking in. If I had any ill intentions, why would I tell Filch about it? And for your information, I know about the dungeon here. I even helped Anduin make a lot of potions for it. If you have any potions from here, check the bottom of the bottle. You'll see my exclusive mark on it." Harry was furious at Snape's insult to his father, but his rational mind told him there was some truth to Snape's words. He glanced at Hermione, who immediately took out a bottle of tonic potion. Sure enough, at the bottom of the bottle were the initials SS, Snape's signature mark. Severus Snape. Seeing Hermione nodding at him, Harry, Ron, and Neville involuntarily lowered their weapons, but remained cautious. They were not ready to trust Snape based on his words alone. After all, they had faced numerous dangers to get here, and they expected a tough battle against an adult wizard like Snape. However, Snape's behavior was puzzling. Despite his rude remarks, he hadn't attacked them. He had only used a few obstacle curses and the iron armor curse to defend himself. This passive approach was uncharacteristic of the Snape they knew, who had a notoriously bad temper and had once tried to kill Harry during a Quidditch match. Given the opportunity, it seemed unlikely that Snape would refrain from attacking them. The group hesitated, trying to make sense of Snape's actions. It didn't seem like he was there to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but recognizing Snape, who had always been antagonistic towards them, as a good guy was difficult. Despite their doubts, they stopped fighting, and Snape still didn't attack, which only added to their confusion. Could Snape be telling the truth? Was Quirrell the real villain? As they pondered, a sudden change occurred. In front of everyone, Harry and Snape were enveloped in two light blue magical auras. 3 light spots shot out from them, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be pages from a book. Harry quickly checked his belongings and realized that the 2 revelation documents he had were gone. The light spots were the scattered pages. A voice suddenly echoed in their ears. The 3 revelation documents have been in the same position for more than 5 minutes. Now the fusion ceremony will start. The process will take 10 minutes. The stronghold defense battle will start now. All survivors, please ensure that the fusion of the exorcism books goes smoothly. Hermione's face turned anxious. I didn't expect the apocalyptic documents to automatically fuse if they stayed close together for more than 5 minutes. We're about to start the second stage now. The situation was dire. They still didn't know Snape's true intentions, and now they had to defend the stronghold. Snape, sensing the growing danger, shouted, "It's not safe here. Get behind me." He raised his wand and scanned the surroundings. Despite his usual disdain for the students, as a Hogwarts professor, he prioritized their safety. Seeing Snape's protective stance, Harry and the others decided to hold off on attacking him. They didn't hide behind Snape, but instead gathered around the bonfire, weapons ready. Suddenly, 7 or 8 space gates appeared around them, and 20 or 30 human or wolf-shaped demon servants emerged, roaring and charging at them. Hermione, don't rush to use the purification flash. Pay attention to the elite units. Neville, call for backup. Harry shouted, preparing for the battle ahead. Jason, Harry shouted, quickly assessing the situation. Although they were only in the second stage of the Despair Town dungeon mission, it was the penultimate battle. The third and fourth stages would follow soon after. There was no need to hold back Jason's summoning. As the saying goes, use early CD. These enemies might not be the full offensive force yet. Understood. Neville nodded decisively and took out Jason's mask, activating it. Moments later, a ferocious and burly man with a chainsaw appeared beside Neville out of thin air. The sudden appearance of this imposing figure startled Snape, who instinctively prepared to cast a spell. However, seeing Harry and the others unfazed by the newcomer, Snape suppressed his puzzled expression. This place is truly inexplicable, Snape thought, cursing inwardly. Not only are the enemies disgusting, but even these kids are strange. He then vented his frustration on the demon servants. Shenfeng has no shadow, he shouted. The invisible and substanceless divine blade shot out from Snape's wand at a speed beyond human reaction, slicing through the demon servants who dared to approach him. Many were cut into pieces before they could even react. In Snape's direction, the enemies were harvested like straw. Harry and the others felt a chill down their spines upon witnessing Snape's powerful spell. Good grief, this old bat who doesn't wash his hair is fierce, they thought. But they were now certain of one thing. Snape was not a bad person. If he were, he could have easily decapitated them with such a spell earlier. Snape's immense power allowed him to handle half of the enemies on his own, making the battle easier for Harry and his friends. Hermione continued to cast restrictive spells like the Binding Curse, Petrification Curse, and Obstacle Curse to control the enemies at the front. Harry, Ron, and Neville charged forward, plunging into the pile of demons. Neville was the most vicious, taking down enemies with 1 or 2 strikes, while Harry and Ron managed to handle their foes with relative ease. Jason, the summoned entity, turned into a humanoid harvester, his chainsaw roaring as he charged. He didn't bother with any tricks, simply mowing down enemies with the chainsaw. Along the way, he either pushed people aside or cut them into pieces. Although Snape killed the most enemies, Jason was undoubtedly the noisiest. Snape couldn't help but be a little surprised by the performance of the foursome. He knew the weight of these enemies well. Although the demon servants were just ugly-looking bastards to him, their individual strength surpassed that of a normal first-year wizard. He didn't expect these kids to handle them so calmly. Snape's initial worry that the young wizards might get hurt began to ease. However, the enemies continued to pour out, with a space crack forming almost every second or two. The demon servants rushed towards the group relentlessly. If it were only Harry and the others, they might have been overwhelmed. Fortunately, Snape and Jason shared the burden, allowing the group to manage the situation calmly. As the stronghold guard time reached its halfway point, the frequency of space cracks suddenly decreased. Harry and the others felt a sense of foreboding. They didn't believe the enemy had been defeated. They feared a more dangerous foe was about to appear. And they were right. With the Revelation document floating in mid-air as the center, a new space crack began to form. A scarlet hue and a larger space emerged in 3 different directions around it. Then, I saw 3 humanoid monsters, each distinctly different from the rest of the demon servants, appearing from the void. Among them was a big-headed clown with oil paint smeared all over his face, wearing an oversized comical suit and displaying a sinister smile. He scanned the crowd back and forth, and the name above his head read, Pennywise. Next was a creature with wrinkled skin covering its entire body, as if it had been brutally burned. The 10 fingers of both hands were replaced with knife blades, and it wore a top hat. The monster had a cruel and eerie grin, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping. The name above its head was Freddy. Finally, there was a burly man, taller than Jason. Judging by the exposed skin, he seemed to be a monster stitched together from various body parts. His face and hands were covered with stitches, and his eyes were devoid of any light. The name displayed above him was Frankenstein. "Is this a joke? 3 elite monsters at once?" Harry muttered, his expression grim as he looked at the 3 new enemies. He knew that each of these creatures could be as formidable as Jason. They had struggled to handle just one Jason before, and now 3 powerful foes had appeared simultaneously. A heavy sense of despair settled over the group of 4. However, Snape seemed unfazed. He didn't perceive these grotesque monsters as any different from the other lesser demons. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on Frankenstein, the monster directly opposite him. End of this chapter. Chapter 726, The Difficult Enemy, Seeking a Recommended Monthly Ticket. Shen Feng has no shadow. Snape quickly tapped his wand, and 3 invisible blades shot forward, striking the newly appeared Frankenstein instantly. The blades pierced Frankenstein's chest, abdomen, and legs almost simultaneously, turning him into a sieve. Snape was confident that this ugly creature was dead. His shadowless curse was known for being irreversible unless countered or dodged. But the creature seemed oblivious to the attack, which filled Snape with contempt for these seemingly powerful elite monsters. However, what happened next was beyond Snape's expectations. Frankenstein was indeed hit by the curse, but he took a deep breath immediately after. Strange patterns lit up all over his body, resembling dozens of slender centipedes. Upon closer inspection, they were actually stitches used to sew his body together. Then raised his massive hands, thicker than basketballs, and ruthlessly grabbed the wounds. With a sudden force, he pulled out the damaged parts of his body and discarded them like garbage. The scarlet sutures on his body loosened with a hum, turning into strands of weird silk threads that entangled around him. After a moment, the threads re-pierced his body, suturing and tightening it up again. After this grotesque operation, Frankenstein regained his mobility. His physical defects remained, such as the gouged-out flesh on his right chest, which resulted in uneven shoulders, and the missing part of his abdomen, which shrank his waistline. His left leg was also shorter than his right, making him appear lopsided. Snape was momentarily stunned by the creature's bizarre method of healing. What kind of strange being was this? Why was its fighting style so revolting? But Frankenstein didn't give Snape time to ponder. He roared and charged towards Snape, his mismatched legs making his run look almost comical. Snape snapped out of his daze and attacked again. However, his shadowless curse had little effect on this peculiar creature. Each time Frankenstein was hit, he would discard the damaged parts and use the sutures to patch himself up. Although his body shrank with each discarded piece, the lighter frame made him more agile, and his sprinting speed increased. This unconventional fighting style made Snape uneasy. Against a normal enemy, even one stronger than Frankenstein, he would have devised a countermeasure by now. But he hadn't fought in a long time, and despite his strength, he felt sluggish and his reactions were slow. Frankenstein had already closed the distance, charging towards Snape with increasing speed. Although its current body was a head shorter than before, it was still more than 3 meters tall. This slap would probably cost Snape half his life. Just as the strange man was about to attack Snape, a short figure suddenly jumped out beside him, stretching out her left hand and shouting loudly, "Purify the Flash!" It was Hermione who came to the rescue. Without hesitation, she activated the skill attached to the armband of power. A dazzling flash of light shone on Frankenstein, and the opponent's immortal body immediately melted into a puddle of mud, like butter on a frying pan. Unlike Jason, Frankenstein did not have the ability to resurrect and could not survive this instant kill skill. Professor Snape, although your spell looks impressive, it's not very effective. Hermione couldn't help but ridicule after helping to defeat Frankenstein. Snape, seeing the monster he couldn't handle being killed by Hermione, a first-year student, felt a turmoil in his heart. "What the hell is this?" he muttered with an ugly expression. He couldn't accept the fact that he was saved by a student. "Hey, there are rules here." Hermione proudly raised the armband in her hand. "Didn't you always look down on these dungeons made by Professor Wilson? Do you see how powerful they are now?" After all, it's just a bunch of toys. What's there to show off?" Snape curled his lips in disdain, but then took out a glass bottle and a badge from his body and threw them to Hermione. "It's better for you to use these childish toys. You are the only ones who regard them as treasures," he muttered with a little disdain. Hermione took the two items thrown by Snape and found that they were actually a piece of blue equipment and a bottle of enlightenment. Revelation Bottle. Quality, blue. No 4. A special item, pouring the liquid in the bottle onto the armlet of power, will give the wearer a special ability. Skill, develop therapy. Consumption, 8 ticks of mana are required to activate. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Duration, 20 seconds. Skill range, within 10 meters in diameter of the marking point. Skill description. Place a mark on the ground to continuously restore the durability of the amulet for everyone within the range and treat minor injuries at the same time. Quality, blue. Cooldown time, 20 minutes. Duration, 5 minutes. Additional skill, fearless. Every time the wearer kills an enemy, he can reduce his own fear value. Good stuff, Hermione thought, overjoyed. She didn't expect Snape to be carrying 2 high-quality pieces of equipment, which must have been found at the place where the third revelation document was obtained. Realizing this, she glanced at Snape and suddenly found that the old bat who had been targeting them didn't seem so hideous anymore. "What are you looking at? Don't just stand there. Didn't you see that everyone else is being besieged?" Snape reprimanded her, stopping her words of thanks. Still so annoying. Hermione cursed silently, then quickly poured the skills from the revelation bottle into her armband. She turned around and threw the badge of courage at Ron. "Here, this will stop you from being possessed so quickly." Hermione shouted at Ron, then re-observed the situation on the battlefield. In fact, the reason Hermione used the purification flash on Snape's enemy was mainly because the abilities of the other 2 elite demons were so strange that she had almost no chance to strike. The Freddy, whose whole body was burned without a piece of complete skin, possessed the ability to be invisible and clone at any time. The creature moved swiftly, clearly an elite assassin monster. As soon as it appeared, it created 2 clones identical to its main body, then rendered the main body invisible, leaving the clones to attack. The main body would strike suddenly when the group was distracted. Neville and Harry had already been attacked twice, and the shield value of their amulets had been reduced to nearly half. However, this Freddy seemed to enjoy scaring people more than direct attacks, often surprising them during his sneak attacks. Everyone soon realized that Freddy seemed to grow stronger from their fear. Despite his tricky abilities, his overall combat power wasn't particularly high. Neville could usually kill a clone with 2 sword strikes. The main body would flee immediately if it failed to land a hit, avoiding direct confrontation. After some time, Neville noticed that Freddy's clones had grown stronger, and the main body's speed and strength had also increased. They guessed that Freddy's power might be linked to their fear. If that were the case, they couldn't afford a prolonged battle, as the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would become. However, they had no time to search for Freddy's real body, because Harry, Ron, and Neville were all entangled with another enemy, Pennywise. Pennywise, despite appearing as a clown, had an outrageous summoning ability. When he first appeared, he threw 3 colorful gift boxes at them, and from each box emerged another enemy to fight them. Most unbelievably, Pennywise could see into their hearts and summon their worst fears, much like a boggart. The 3 enemies that emerged were the manifestations of their deepest fears or the most challenging foes they could imagine. Neville faced an old woman Dre, seed in elaborate clothing with a stuffed vulture hat on her head, his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. She yelled things like, "Neville!" and "What are you doing, you little rascal?" while waving her cane and moving swiftly towards him. Despite knowing it was a fake, Neville, usually brave, turned into a quail, his face twisted with conflict. He could only parry her attacks passively, unable to fight back. Ron had it even worse. A giant spider, larger than a cabinet, crawled out of the gift box and charged at him with 9 scarlet eyes. The moment Ron saw it, he nearly fainted from fear. Fighting the spider was out of the question. He was running around screaming. Hermione had given Ron the Medal of Courage as soon as she got it, fearing that his fear would overwhelm him and cause real trouble. Harry, too, was unable to deal with his enemy. Before him stood the image of his father, James. Unlike Neville and Ron's foes, James didn't attack. Instead, he smiled warmly at Harry and waved, as if wanting to reminisce. Harry, upon seeing his father, immediately lost his fighting spirit and seemed to forget he was on a battlefield. His subconscious rationality and instincts helped him control his body, preventing him from foolishly approaching the other person. We need to find a way to help them get rid of the enemies in front of them. Otherwise, a Pennywise summoner will keep them entangled, and a Freddy will hide in the shadows, hunting them down. They won't last long. Min urgently explained the situation to Snape. She prioritized helping Snape because she hoped he could break the deadlock. The 2 elite monsters were either hiding far away, invisible, or cloned, making it impossible for Hermione to deal with them using her purification flash. Understood. Since you don't have the ability to distinguish between illusions, stay out of the battle, Snape retorted coldly. He picked up his wand and walked over to James. Hermione rolled her eyes at his words. This old bat was putting on a show again. Who was it that was just saved by the kid you were mocking? Snape took a few steps forward and then cast several magic strikes and shadowless spells at the figure resembling James, who was standing opposite Harry. These spells were extremely harsh, as if he held a personal grudge against the enemy. Snape's invisible sharp blade was already formidable, but with his current emotions, its power and speed were greatly amplified, tearing the James figure to pieces almost instantly. This sudden turn of events startled Harry. Seeing the figure of his father being destroyed ignited an unknown fire within him, and he fled viciously behind him. What are you looking at? It's all fake. Don't believe anything that takes the form of your relatives, idiot, Snape said, looking at Harry with indifference and even more unceremonious ridicule. End of this chapter. Embark. Chapter 727, The Cunning Freddy. After hearing Snape's words, Harry quickly snapped back to reality. The image of his father in front of him was an illusion, a trick by the enemy. Realizing this, Harry gasped. He had been so immersed in the joy of seeing his father that he had forgotten about the surrounding environment. This meant that Pennywise, in addition to creating illusions, had also subtly influenced their thoughts and amplified certain emotions. Damn it, that clown can invade our brains, Harry exclaimed, glaring angrily at Pennywise in the distance. It's just some simple legilimency skills. Leave that guy to me. You find a way to help Neville and Ron regain consciousness, Snape said disdainfully, before walking towards Pennywise. Understood, Harry nodded, though he looked at Snape with a complicated expression. The original purpose of entering the dungeon was to prevent Snape from coming, but now they needed to fight side by side. With a self-deprecating smile, Harry ran towards Neville. Everyone had been attacked by Freddy several times due to the illusions. The energy of their amulets was running low, and their fear levels were more than half. If this continued, casualties were inevitable. The summoned fantasy combat powers were relatively average, but the special targeting and mental interference made it hard to cope. Harry reached Neville and, with a few swift moves, killed the enemy that appeared as Neville's grandmother. As the illusion dissipated, Neville gradually came to his senses. Merlin's beard. I thought my grandmother really appeared. I was so scared I forgot to fight back, Neville said, still shaken. That clown's ability is very weird. It can see through our thoughts. Now it's up to Snape to deal with it. Let's help Ron quickly. Harry explained briefly. Snape? Neville frowned. Are we just trusting him? He doesn't seem like a nice guy. But we have no other choice, do we? Harry sighed. And with the strength he showed before, if he really wanted to harm us, he wouldn't wait until now. You saw the kind of spell Snape used. Yeah, it's very sharp, and you can hardly see the trajectory, Neville agreed. If it were us, no one would escape his spell. With their doubts dispelled, the two chased after Ron, who had been chased a long way by his fear of spiders, at least 200 meters away. Meanwhile, Devil's servants kept appearing and attacking them. Fortunately, Jason, summoned by Neville, was not idle. If it weren't for Jason cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers, they would have been overwhelmed. Hermione joined them. Hurry up and help Ron. I just got a skill that can help replenish the energy of the amulets. Oh, did Frankenstein drop some equipment? Harry asked curiously. No, the enemies in these stronghold battles don't drop loot. Snape gave it to me. Hermione complained, a bit depressed. She had observed that Frankenstein hadn't dropped anything, possibly a characteristic of this stage. Snape again? It seems he really has no malice towards us at the moment. Harry nodded knowingly. Neville was puzzled. But is it true that the person behind the trick is Professor Quirrell, as he said? Is this really possible? I don't know, Neville replied, severing a demon servant blocking their way. But now is not the time to think about these things. Ron can't hold on anymore, and Freddy is also here. The other two looked up and saw that Freddy had already positioned himself in front of Ron, preparing to attack the giant spider. Die! Neville shouted, seeing his companion in danger. He swung the flame-shaped sword in his hand forward just as Freddy started his attack, forcing the spider back. Freddy, however, was quite insidious. After his surprise attack failed, he disappeared again, showing no intention of confronting them head-on. Stimulated by Neville's long sword, Ron, who was deeply lost in his thoughts, noticed Harry and the others. He quickly turned and rushed towards them. Shatter! Hermione, with sharp eyes and quick hands, cast a shatter, ring curse at the giant spider. The summoned creature paused for a moment, but then resumed its chase after Ron. However, Hermione's spell had slowed the spider enough that it couldn't catch up with Ron, allowing the group to reunite smoothly. Seeing Ron return to the team, Harry attacked the spider without hesitation. He wasn't afraid of any big bugs, and soon, with Hermione's help, they defeated the creature. Thank God. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by that ugly monster. This big spider is too scary, Ron said, his face pale with fear. He had been the most terrified among them. It's just a spider. Look at how embarrassed you are, Hermione scolded Ron, a bit dissatisfied. She then yelled at Neville, who was retrieving his sword. Come here quickly. I'm going to activate my skills. Neville didn't delay. He immediately returned to the team after picking up his long sword. Hermione placed her hand on the ground, deploying a green magic crystal. The crystal released energy, dyeing the land within 10 meters green, as if someone had drawn a circle on the ground. Within this circle, they quickly noticed their amulets were recovering energy rapidly, and it was estimated they would be fully charged in a few seconds. Wow, this skill is amazing! It would be great if there was another ability to reduce fear. My fear level is at 80%. Ron complained while admiring the skill. I think this dungeon is perfect for you, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. If this dungeon can be opened in the future, it will just give you courage. Otherwise, you'll be surprised by everything you encounter. Can you stop being so weird all the time? Ron retorted, displeased. Didn't you see how scary this place is? Why is it always my fault? Quiet. I feel something is wrong nearby, Neville said. His intuition heightened after a transformation. He sensed something malicious staring at them. It must be Freddy. Everyone, be careful. After Neville's reminder, they stopped chatting and began to concentrate on guarding their surroundings. Is it useful to be careful? A treacherous smirk echoed in the air in front of Harry, accompanied by harsh metal rubbing sounds. Before they could react, another voice came from the opposite direction. I think you'd better run and hide in a corner where no one can find you, or Freddy will come looking for you. Freddy's voice came from all directions, the distance varying, making it impossible to judge his location based on the sound alone. Felt a sinister satisfaction and vanished into the shadows, leaving the group in a state of heightened alertness. The four friends, now more wary than ever, regrouped quickly. Hermione, though shaken, managed to get back on her feet with the help of Ron, who had landed nearby. The eerie silence that followed Freddy's disappearance was almost more unnerving than his presence. He's toying with us, Harry muttered, his grip tightening on his machete. We need to stay together and be ready for anything. Agreed, Neville said, his eyes scanning the darkness around them. We can't let him separate us again. Hermione, still catching her breath, nodded. We need a plan. We can't just react to him. We have to anticipate his moves. Ron, rubbing his sore back, added, and we need to figure out how to tell the real Freddy from his clones. That last attack was too close. As they huddled together, the sinister rhyme began to echo around them once more, sending chills down their spines. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock your door. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, gonna stay up late. 9, 10, never sleep again. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to close in on them, and the group knew they had to act fast. Hermione, ever the strategist, quickly formulated a plan. Listen, we need to use our strengths. Ron, you and I will focus on defensive spells to protect us from his attacks. Harry, you and Neville need to be ready to strike when he shows himself. We have to be quick and precise. The others nodded in agree, their resolve hardening. They formed a tight circle, back to back, wands and weapons at the ready. The tension in the air was palpable as they waited for Freddy's next move. Suddenly, the temperature dropped and a cold wind swept through the area. The group braced themselves, knowing that Freddy was near. Without warning, he appeared, lunging at them with his razor-sharp claws. Protego! Hermione shouted, casting a protective shield around them just in time. Freddy's claws clashed against the barrier, sending sparks flying. Now! Harry yelled, and he and Neville sprang into action. Harry swung his machete with precision, while Neville thrust his sword forward. Freddy, caught off guard by their coordinated attack, snarled in frustration, but this time they were ready. Hermione and Ron reinforced the shield, giving Harry and Neville the opening they needed. With a powerful strike, Harry's machete connected with Freddy's torso, while Neville's sword pierced through his side. Freddy let out a blood-curdling scream as he staggered back, his form flickering. The group pressed their advantage, not giving him a moment to recover. Hermione cast a binding spell, immobilizing him, while Ron conjured a burst of flames to engulf him. The flames roared to life, consuming Freddy in a blaze of blue fire. His screams echoed through the night as his form disintegrated into ashes. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the sinister rhyme faded into silence. Breathing heavily, the group lowered their weapons, their eyes scanning the area for any sign of danger. But it seemed that, for now, they had won. Is it over? Ron asked, his voice tinged with both hope and exhaustion. I think so, Hermione replied, though she remained cautious. But we can't let our guard down. Freddy might be gone for now, but we need to be prepared in case he returns. Harry nodded, his expression determined. We'll be ready. Together, we can face anything. With a renewed sense of unity and purpose, the group set off, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They knew that as long as they stood together, they could overcome any nightmare. Freddy backed away with a smirk, his figure gradually disappearing into the air. Seeing how insidious Freddy was, Neville and Harry blushed furiously, but they didn't dare to chase after him rashly. Instead, they ran to Hermione to check on her condition. Are you all right, Hermione? Neville and Harry carefully lifted Hermione from the ground. Freddy's main attack had been so fierce that they almost thought Hermione would be instantly killed. Ahem. I'm okay, but my shield is down to less than 20%. If I'm attacked again, I might not make it. Hermione, covered in mud and looking distressed, seemed to be in good condition otherwise. It appeared that the amulet had saved her life. Damn it! Harry gritted his teeth angrily. This bastard is as elusive as a flea. Even when he shows up, we can't be sure if it's his real body. How are we supposed to fight him? Why don't we find a way to stall? Hermione suggested, feeling equally helpless against Freddy's tricks. The stronghold battle lasts for 10 minutes, and 7.5 minutes have already passed. If we can hold out for just 2 more minutes, we can finish this stage. The enemies should retreat by then. No. Ron shook his head resolutely. My fear level can't last that long. It's already close to 90%. If this continues, my fear level will max out in less than a minute, and I'm sure your fear levels aren't too low either. End of this chapter. Chapter 728, Harry's Awakening. After Ron's reminder, everyone quickly checked their fear levels and found that he was right. Although their fear values weren't as high as Ron's, which was close to 90%, they were all hovering around 80%. Freddy was an expert at instilling fear. In such a short period, their fear levels had increased by an average of 10%. It was clear that avoiding casualties or preventing their fear values from maxing out in the next 2 minutes would be nearly impossible. Damn, what should we do then? This guy isn't willing to fight us head-on, Neville said anxiously, turning to Hermione. Is there any way you can find his real body? Maybe use the flying sand and rolling stones curse? It's hard, Hermione replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. My spell can only cover a small area, and Freddy's range of motion is too wide. Even if we break his invisibility, we can't be sure it's his real body. Everyone frowned worriedly at Hermione's words. Given the current situation, they had no way to locate Freddy quickly, and he could launch another attack at any moment. It was a dire situation. They glanced towards Snape, who was busy fighting his words Pennywise and couldn't come to their aid in time. Hey, it would be great if we knew a spell that could break invisibility over a large area. I've gauged Freddy's strength. If we could fight him head-on, I'm confident I could take him down, Neville said, stomping his foot in frustration. Actually, most control spells can break invisibility, even the levitation charm, but that requires strong magic control. Right now, I can only cover 2 to 3 meters, which isn't helpful at all. Hermione sighed helplessly. Magic control. Harry pondered Hermione's words, an idea forming in his mind. For nearly a month, he had been training his magic control to solve the puzzle on the rune plate. Harry's intelligence attribute was the highest among the first years, and even second years couldn't match his level. He realized that his previous mediocre performance and inability to cast spells, as well as Hermione, was due to his unstable control. It felt like another force within him was always resisting, preventing him from fully controlling his magic. However, after targeted training and guidance from the Weasley brothers, he had occasionally managed to use his full strength. Seeing the critical situation they were in, Harry decided to take a risk. Everyone, defend back-to-back as before. I'll handle Freddy's invisibility, Harry said firmly, gritting his teeth. Are you sure you can do it? Hermione asked nervously. If they couldn't counter Freddy's next attack, their fear levels alone would collapse the entire team. We have no choice but to try. It's better to take a chance. Harry, under immense pressure, remained remarkably calm. He then looked specifically at Neville. Can you kill that damned guy if I find him? Neville nodded, albeit hesitantly. I still have 30 seconds left on my battle frenzy, and my accumulated damage has doubled. No matter how many clones Freddy has, I can handle them. As for his real body, once we find it, it won't be difficult to deal with him. Don't worry, Hermione and I aren't pushovers. If I catch that ugly monster, he'll know the power of my axe. Ron, influenced by Hog, said viciously, gripping the fire axe in his hand. All right, Harry nodded resolutely. Then let's do this. I'll leave this battle to you, Harry declared, handing over what he saw to his left hand while drawing his wand with his right. He then closed his eyes, as if he was concentrating on something, perhaps sensing the environment around him. It didn't take long for the group to form a defensive formation again. A rustling sound filled the air, as if someone was moving through the treetops. However, when they looked up, they saw no movement in the surrounding trees. This noise, though, indicated that Freddy was about to attack again. Freddy's ability to create avatars wasn't limitless, so there was always a brief period of inactivity after each offensive. Judging by the surrounding noises, this period was clearly short. Whoosh! A huge boulder, the size of a human head, flew out from a dark corner, heading straight for Hermione. "Am I the primary target again?" Hermione muttered in displeasure. Without waiting for anyone else, she cast a shattering spell, precisely crushing the stone. But no sooner had she destroyed the first stone than a second and third came flying towards her. "I'll handle this myself. Take care of your own sides," Hermione shouted. She realized Freddy was focusing his attacks on her, likely trying to trick her companions into leaving their positions. Determined not to fall for it, she decided to defend alone, crushing the stones one after another, not giving Freddy any chance. Seeing that Hermione was difficult to break through, the flying stones quickly ceased. At that moment, Harry's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly snapped open. He sensed something unusual. The stones were merely a distraction. Freddy was already close. Wingardium Leviosa! Harry flicked his wand upwards. Instantly, small stones within a 5 or 6 meter radius rose and began to rotate slowly. This simple change had an immediate effect. The floating stones collided with some transparent objects in midair, making a crisp whirling sound. Because of this, the Freddys who were approaching were revealed. Everyone realized that 5 Freddys were already within 2 meters of them, 4 in front and 1 circling around. "Attack!" Neville shouted, immediately springing into action. He had been annoyed by these sneaky tactics for too long and was eager to strike. This sudden turn of events caught Freddy off guard, surprising him. In an instant, Neville had already slashed 2 clones with his sharp blade. Ron and Hermione were not idle either. They used spells and a fierce axe to break up the clones in front of them. Within seconds of Freddy's appearance, all 4 of his clones were defeated. Neville, wielding his 2-handed sword, charged towards the real Freddy. Seeing this, Freddy tried to flee. He wasn't the type to confront people head-on, but the situation had spiraled out of his control. Just as Freddy activated his invisibility again, Harry pointed his wand forcefully in his direction. The floating stone particles shot towards Freddy's position. While these small stones were unlikely to hurt him, they were enough to reveal his location. Neville, now aware of Freddy's position, charged forward with determination. Neville brandished a sharp knife and rushed towards Freddy. The ensuing battle was a one-sided affair. Despite Freddy's terrifying appearance, he was no match for Neville, who wielded a long sword with exceptional skill. Freddy's 10 short knives were no match for Neville's reach and precision. From the beginning to the end of the fight, Freddy could barely touch Neville. On the contrary, Neville's attacks were relentless, each slash demonstrating the power of his battle frenzy skill. Freddy struggled to defend himself, using his fingers and blades to parry Neville's strikes. However, it wasn't long before Neville's onslaught broke through Freddy's defenses. The blades on Freddy's fingers were cut off one by one, and eventually, Neville delivered a decisive blow, slashing Freddy with his sword. Freddy failed to mount any effective counterattack. "Nice work!" Hermione and Ron cheered, pumping their fists excitedly as they watched Neville dispatch the enemy with ease. However, Harry suddenly collapsed to the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione and Ron rushed to his side, carefully helping him up. "I'm just a bit exhausted," Harry replied with a pale smile. "I overexerted myself casting that large area spell. Professor Wilson mentioned something about magic power output overload, and I think that's what happened." "Now's not the time for jokes," Hermione scolded gently, supporting Harry as she helped him sit on a nearby rock. "Merlin's beard, your levitation charm was incredible. It looked almost like a level 4 spell," Ron exclaimed, handing Harry a tonic potion. "Haha, it's not quite there yet, but I did manage to upgrade the levitation charm to level 3 with that effort," Harry said, glancing at his system panel. He noticed that his levitation charm had indeed improved. He also felt a clearer perception of the magic power within him, sensing its flow more distinctly. The force spell casting had strengthened his connection with his magic, giving him greater control. "How did you manage that? Without your spell, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Freddy so easily," Neville said, returning from the battle. "It's hard to describe," Harry shrugged modestly. "I just tried to empty my mind and stay absolutely calm. I kept focusing on defeating Freddy and encouraging myself." "Maybe it's the emotion and will that the professor mentioned," Hermione mused, surprised by Harry's explanation. It sounds like a form of self-hypnosis. I'm not sure, but it seems to work, Harry laughed. Maybe we've discovered a way to enhance our spellcasting abilities. I have to try that, Ron said, pulling out his wand. He began muttering to himself, I'm actually very strong. I'm actually very strong. After a few repetitions, he cast a repelling spell at a nearby tree, but the effect was the same as before. It doesn't seem to work, Ron said, disappointed. Do you think it's that easy to increase spell strength? Hermione rolled her eyes. She turned to Harry again. I think you succeeded because of the urgency of the situation. That could be, Harry agreed, but it seems important to find a way to stay calm and confident in a crisis. I felt my control over magic power strengthen once I ensured that. Understood, the rest of the group nodded in agreement. They then turned their attention to Snape's side of the battlefield. Although they had dealt with Freddy, the battle to defend the stronghold was far from over. However, compared to their side, the confrontation between Snape and Pennywise seemed relatively calm. As Snape gradually approached, Pennywise conjured a gift box out of thin air and threw it in front of him. To everyone's surprise, including Pennywise's, no enemies emerged from the box. It was empty. Using legilimency against an occlumency master? Naive? Snape remarked as he closed in on Pennywise. With a swift motion, he tore Pennywise into pieces using the sharp edge of wooing. Harry and the others couldn't help but swallow nervously as they watched Snape effortlessly dispatch Pennywise, who had previously toyed with them. With the 3 elite enemies defeated, only a few demon servants remained on the battlefield. Jason, who had been drawing enemy fire, had already lost 2 lives and was now struggling with just a kitchen knife. The group regrouped at the location where the Apocalypse document was being fused. They instructed Ron to handle some of the remaining enemies and use the Badge of Heroism to reduce their fear points. Finally, after a tense 10-minute countdown, the remaining demon servants disintegrated into ash and vanished. The Revelation document was synthesized, transforming into a light blue book that slowly descended from midair. End of this chapter. Chapter 729, Great Harvest. Synthesized from the pages of the Revelation book, radiated a light blue magical aura, quietly suspended in midair at a height of 1 meter. Its color did not represent the quality of the exorcism book. It was simply a piece of blue equipment, as if that was its intended appearance. After the integration of the exorcism book was completed, a corresponding reminder echoed in everyone's ears. Reminder, the second phase of Stronghold defense has been completed. Now entering settlement, number of elite demons killed, 3. Number of demonic minions killed, 53. Members participating in the battle, 5. Team fatalities, 0. Comprehensive evaluation, A. Excellent. Settlement rewards are now issued. Group Purple Legendary Treasure Chest, X1. Boom. After the background notification sound ended, a huge treasure chest dropped from the void next to the exorcism book. It was larger than the ones everyone had found elsewhere, and the entire chest shone with a clear purple light. It turns out that the rewards are only issued after the mission is over at this stage. No wonder those elite enemies didn't drop their loot after they died, Ron exclaimed, rushing towards the treasure chest. The rest of the team hurriedly joined him. However, they didn't check the treasure chest immediately. Instead, they first examined the exorcism book. Unlike the previous bulk book pages, the detailed attributes of the exorcism book were now visible. It also had its own data and abilities. Quality, quest item, no specific evaluation. Health, 5,000 points. Additional skills, exorcism skill consumption, none. Cooldown, none. Duration, permanent. Skill range, within 15 meters. Skill description. The magic is specially developed for exorcising the demon body of Desperate Town. It can be enchanted for armlet of power without limitation. When facing the demon body, it can be guided and released to the opponent, killing the demon body at a rate of 10% every second. Note, while channeling an exorcism, the caster cannot take any action other than moving. I see. Hermione nodded after seeing the attributes of the exorcism book. This is a piece of equipment specifically aimed at the demon itself. It seems that when we face the demon itself in the future, we don't need to attack directly, but to guide the exorcism to kill the demon body. Each time you channel an exorcism, You can reduce the demon's life by 10% every second. Now we have 4 people and 4 pairs of armlets of power. If we channel at the same time, it can cause 10% damage every second. According to this calculation, it only takes 10 seconds to get rid of that demon body, Ron said with a smile. Then the so-called demon itself is nothing special. It only takes a few seconds to completely kill it, he added confidently. No, it's not that simple, Harry interjected. Our next stage is to fight against the demonic entity. At that time, the opponent will definitely not be passive. Let alone how strong the so-called demonic entity is, the enemies who will come to stop us may be as numerous as in the stronghold battle we just faced. And while guiding the demonic entity, you cannot perform other actions. Neville added, that means the person who releases the exorcism will be in a vulnerable state, unable to defend against the enemy's attacks. That's like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Ron realized. So after the 3rd stage begins, we can't all guide the exorcism together. This is a bit troublesome. Too many people casting spells will make us obviously vulnerable, and too few will delay the process. If only one person casts the spell, the whole process will take about 10 seconds, 2 people will take 5 seconds, and 3 people will take around 3.3 seconds. How we plan to handle this will be crucial, Neville calculated. The team fell silent, contemplating their strategy for the upcoming challenge. Hermione couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It's good that casting exorcism doesn't require a cooldown time. That means we can cast spells at any moment and interrupt them whenever necessary. It might turn into a melee, and whoever can free up their hands and feet will be able to cast spells, she speculated after briefly simulating the battle in her mind. Why does it sound so troublesome? Ron muttered, holding his head in exasperation. He then turned his attention to the treasure chest. Let's not worry about that now. Let's see what the stage rewards are. Ron's words quickly brought everyone back to the present. After all, they were still kids, and the prospect of rewards excited them the most. When they opened the treasure chest, they understood why it was called the team treasure chest. There were so many items inside that one person couldn't possibly carry them all. They counted a total of 7 items. Among them were 4 purple-quality amulets, all identical in shape, each providing the wearer with 300 shield points. With these new amulets, everyone's survivability was significantly improved, and they immediately replaced their old ones. As for the other 3 items, there were no weapons, but rather 2 Apocalypse Aquarius bottles and a ring. Quality: blue, no 3. Description: a special item. Pouring the liquid in the bottle onto the armlet of power will grant the wearer a special ability. Skill: gift. Cost: 8 ticks of mana. Cooldown: duration: 1 minute. Skill description: for the duration, the caster enters an invincible state, ignoring any damage and negative effects. Quality: blue, no, 9. Description: a special item. Pouring the liquid in the bottle onto the armlet of power will grant the wearer a special ability. Charm: cost: 4 ticks of mana. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Duration: 90 seconds. Skill range: within 50 meters of vision. Skill description: can be actively cast on a low-level demon. The target will be controlled by the user, and its vitality and attack power will increase until the duration ends or the unit is killed. Only 1 low-level demon can be controlled at a time. Dark ring: purple. Category: accessories. Attribute bonus: strength +1, agility +1. Additional skill: harmless. Cooldown: none. Duration: permanent. Skill description: in a dark environment, the wearer will not be targeted by low-level demons and will also reduce a certain amount of hatred from middle and high-level demons. The group of 4 was overwhelmed with excitement after seeing the properties of the items. These 3 props were incredibly powerful. One of the vials of revelation provided invulnerability, greatly increasing the user's survivability and enriching their tactical options. Although the charm skill didn't seem as effective at first glance, its short cooldown time made it a very practical ability, allowing it to be cast almost continuously. The attributes of the Dark Ring were a pleasant surprise. They had been worried about how to handle the 3rd stage of their task, but now they had a targeted item. With this ring, one of them could independently perform exorcisms on demonic entities without worrying about safety. After some discussion, they decided to give the gift skill to Neville, as he had the strongest fighting power. This skill would not only enhance his survival rate, but also his offensive capabilities. Neville could charge into enemy formations without worrying about being overwhelmed. The charm skill was given to Hermione. Her current self-defense abilities were relatively weak, and being able to charm an enemy to protect her at any time was a significant advantage. This skill could also be used as a single-target spell that could effectively neutralize an enemy, Demon Servants by 100%. As for the final Dark Ring, everyone decided to give it to Harry. Firstly, his average attributes were the lowest among them. The ring's added attributes would significantly enhance Harry's combat power, and he could replace it with better equipment later. Secondly, Harry's individual combat ability was the weakest among the group. They had already decided that in the next stage, Harry would guide the exorcism while the others cast spells. If an unexpected situation arose, they would break away from the guide to confront the enemy. After a brief discussion and distribution, everyone temporarily put away their weapons and equipment and gathered around the bonfire. The previous battle had raised everyone's fear levels significantly, which needed to be addressed quickly. Additionally, Jason's mask skills required a cooldown, so they decided to rest for a while. At this time, Snape, who had just finished dealing with Pennywise, finally staggered back to the group and yelled at them unceremoniously. "Do you know what you're doing? This place is too dangerous. You shouldn't stay here. Find a place to hide, and I'll take you out after I deal with Quirrell." "Come on, Professor Snape. If it weren't for Hermione, you would have been smashed into meatloaf by that Frankenstein." "In this scenario, we're not as weak as you think," Ron retorted. Although they no longer doubted Snape, it didn't mean they were on the same side. Snape usually targeted the foursome, so their favor for him was almost zero. "Dare to talk to a professor like that? You're getting more and more presumptuous," Snape snorted angrily after being choked by Ron's words. "Professor Snape, we're all trapped in the town of despair. We're like grasshoppers tied to the same rope," Hermione sighed helplessly, trying to ease the tension. "Desperate town? Did Anduin give this place a name? How boring." Snape curled his lips in displeasure. After meeting Harry and the others, he felt tricked by Anduin. He knew the relationship between these kids and Anduin, and Harry was specifically entrusted to Anduin by Dumbledore for teaching. Anduin was extremely cautious, and Snape didn't believe he would make such a big mistake. Therefore, these four kids being here was either intentional by Anduin or a result of deliberate laissez-faire. After figuring this out, Snape wasn't as worried about their safety. Since these children were here, Anduin must have been keeping an eye on them. However, Snape couldn't understand why Anduin would throw these kids into the same place as the dangerous Quirrell. Wasn't Anduin afraid of things getting out of control? Snape murmured to himself, then couldn't help but look around, guessing that Anduin might be watching them from somewhere. "Professor Snape, what are you looking at?" Neville asked curiously after noticing Snape's actions. "Before entering the next stage, this place should be safe. You don't need to be so worried." "I'm not worried about the monsters here. I'm looking for other plotters," Snape replied, not revealing Anduin's arrangement. "You mean Quirrell?" Harry misunderstood. "By the way, you've been saying that Professor Quirrell is conspiring with the Sorcerer's Stone, but what is the basis for this? He isn't." "Humph, don't all villains wear their sins on their faces? If you don't know that, it means you don't understand him at all. Since he took over as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year, that guy has become invisible. I followed him to this place. Do I need any more evidence?" Snape didn't clarify that he often used legilimency to peek into the superficial consciousness of others. When Quirrell was a professor of Muggle studies, Snape occasionally peeked at him. At that time, he could more or less sense Quirrell's emotions, sorrows, and joys. But starting from this school year, Quirrell's mind seemed to become a bottomless abyss, impossible to see through. Snape gradually became suspicious of Quirrell since then. In that case, why didn't you tell Professor Wilson or Principal Dumbledore earlier? You've been sneaking around all day, making us think you're a thief, Hermione said, remembering how they had been following Snape before. She couldn't help but look at him with resentful eyes. Do you think those two old fools didn't pay attention to that guy? If it weren't for the fact that both of them suddenly left Hogwarts, I wouldn't have bothered spying on him. Snape cursed inwardly. He felt like a dog meddling in someone else's business. If he had known that Anduin had other plans, he would have ignored Quirrell. However, it was not convenient to reveal these things to the students. Snape could only snort coldly, not in the mood to explain to these little wizards one by one. After seeing Snape's reaction, Harry and the others could only exchange wry smiles. They now realized that they seemed to have caused a catastrophe unintentionally. By the way, Professor Snape, Hermione said after an awkward silence, trying to break the deadlock. Since you followed Quirrell into Hopeless Town, didn't you find any trace of him? End of this chapter. Chapter 730, The Demon Entity. It's not that easy, Snape said, shaking his head in distress. You must have noticed that the trapdoor is actually a teleportation channel. Once you enter, you're teleported randomly. I didn't follow closely, so there's no telling where he might be now. However, as long as I continue to track him, I will eventually find his traces. I've already searched a large area over there. Snape pointed in a certain direction. Everyone looked where Snape indicated and realized it was north on the map. This explained why there was a revelation document on the other party's body. It must have been obtained during the search. At this moment, Hermione cast a tentative look at Harry. Her meaning was clear. Snape didn't even have an armband of authority, and he certainly didn't know about the dungeon mission of Town of Despair. Should they tell him the mission details now? After completing the final task, the door to the secret storage room could be opened, and there was a high probability that it was where Anduin hid the Philosopher's Stone. If Snape was telling the truth, they should open the storage room together and guard it to prevent Quirrell from causing trouble. But if Snape still coveted the Philosopher's Stone, it would be dangerous to take him there. Harry also received Hermione's hint. He had been worried about whether to confess to Snape. Professor Snape, what are your plans next? Are you going to act with us? After thinking for a while, Harry decided it was necessary to test Snape again. I will continue to track down Quirrell. If you encounter him, remember to be vigilant and send out a distress signal. I know Anduin taught this in his courses. I will hurry over when the time comes, Snape replied. He realized that this place might belong to Anduin, so he wasn't as worried about Harry and the others' safety. Otherwise, he would have chosen to follow them or use the Patronus charm to notify the school for support. But now, he didn't intend to interfere with Anduin's plan, as it might have counterproductive effects. Snape understood the overall situation. This place was obviously carefully planned by Anduin. Apparition was prohibited in the entire area, and Snape could detect other types of restricted magic. If it was only used as a copy, there was no need to achieve this level. Clearly, Anduin had other plans. Given this, Snape didn't bother to continue meddling. He was going to find a corner to relax, as he was tired of seeing Harry and the others dangling in front of him. Hearing that Snape didn't intend to act with them from the beginning, Harry and the others felt more at ease. Seeing Snape's displeased face when he saw them, it didn't seem like he was lying. Professor Snape, why don't you go with us? The mission we received in the dungeon shows that after clearing it, we can open the passage back to Hogwarts, Hermione explained. She felt it was safer to have a professor by their side. Additionally, judging from the stronghold battle they just experienced, the strength of this dungeon was not something they could handle alone. If Snape hadn't helped them withstand more than half of the pressure, they would have been overwhelmed when the three elite demons appeared. Are you going with us? Snape pondered for a moment. He didn't want to get involved in the dungeon game of these little devils, but he didn't know if he was included in Anduin's plan. If he wasn't by their side, could these children make it to the end? Okay, but I'm not interested in this so-called dungeon. I will focus on defending against Quirrell. I won't take action unless you encounter big troubles that you cannot solve. Snape finally agreed. After considering it, Hermione felt it was safer to follow Snape and the others. If something happened, it would be troublesome to handle alone. No problem, but we will encounter 2 battles in a row, and we may need your help, Professor, Hermione said happily. With Snape's assistance, they felt more confident about the upcoming battle. Heh, you all seem quite accustomed to this. You know what will happen when you connect, Snape remarked. He wasn't familiar with this dungeon or the concept of missions. He had just been stumbling around. The group gathered to rest, and during this time, Hermione and the others explained the details of the dungeon to Snape. Listening to the young wizard's stories, Snape, who had never been interested in dungeons, found himself becoming intrigued. 6 hours later, everyone had finished resting, and their equipment and magical power had returned to optimal condition. Harry had scouted ahead and found that the demonic entity they needed to face in the 3rd stage was just 3 or 4 kilometers to the east, not too far away. The 5 of them proceeded cautiously, and their caution was justified. After completing the 2nd stage, the danger level of the entire town of Despair had increased significantly. They encountered space traps frequently. Fortunately, the young wizards had become mostly immune to these sudden attacks, and even Ron was no longer frightened by monsters appearing out of thin air. However, the waves of demon servants still posed a challenge. Even if they weren't scared, the sudden appearance and self-destruction of monsters increased their fear levels. To face the demonic entity in their best state, they had to find bonfires along the way to reduce their fear. As a result, the last few kilometers took them over an hour. As they approached the location marked on the map, they noticed significant changes in the environment. The sky was filled with dense dark clouds, blocking the moon and forming a slow-rotating vortex. The grass and trees on the ground appeared cursed, with hideous scarlet lines resembling bulging blood vessels. After cresting the final gentle slope, the group finally saw the demonic entity. It was a giant sarcoma, 7 or 8 meters high, covered in wriggling blood vessels. The lower part was thicker, tapering to a sharp point at the top, resembling a lotus flower bud or an upside-down heart. "Hey, this thing looks too disgusting," Ron said with a look of disgust. Just looking at the demon entity made him feel physically uncomfortable. How can Anduin create such disgusting things? Even Snape couldn't help frowning at the sight of the grotesque tumor. "Okay, we can't waste time. Hurry up and use exorcism before more enemies appear." Harry reminded them quickly, despite feeling a bit nauseous himself. The rest of the group immediately followed Harry to the demon entity, raised their left hands, and began to cast exorcism. Snape stood nearby, guarding them. Even though the battle hadn't officially begun, space cracks appeared around them occasionally, and demon servants emerged. The exorcism spell, as described in the exorcism book, caused light blue lightning to shoot from their palms to the demon entity, connecting them with the demon like an electric current. Under the attack of the exorcism, the sarcoma trembled violently, and the blood vessels on its surface twitched rapidly. Soon, more than a dozen space cracks opened within the group of 100 people, and demon servants emerged, roaring as they rushed towards the group of 4. Seeing this, Snape, who had been observing from the side, immediately waved his wand and cast the shadowless curse at the demon servants. With the explanations from several young wizards and the experience accumulated in previous battles, he could handle these little monsters quite adeptly. The combined power of exorcism used by the 4 was formidable. In the eyes of Harry and the others, the demon entity's health plummeted. The demon servants that kept pouring out were also dealt with by Snape one by one. To be honest, such an opening made them very comfortable, and the group of 4 could also take this opportunity to reduce the health of some demonic entities. However, this scene lasted for less than a minute. After the demon entity's health dropped by about 1/5, the shaking of its body became more frequent. Soon, the giant sarcoid opened several gaps from the top, like a blooming flower bud, revealing the petals of the sarcoma until the hole in the center was exposed. Puff! Immediately afterward, the sarcoma began to spray something into the sky, like a fountain. Upon closer inspection, they realized that these were meatballs covered in blood. After a while, the meatballs exploded with a bang in midair, and monsters with meat wings emerged from inside. These monsters bore the name Son of the Devil and were slightly smaller than normal humans. They looked like red-skinned elves with big eyes, sharp ears, and sharp fangs. Kill them all and protect Mother. The demon sons immediately focused their attention on the four who were casting exorcism and swooped down, clamoring. Neville, Ron, Hermione yelled when she saw this. This was a strategy they had formulated long ago. When a difficult enemy appeared, Neville and Ron would engage first. If they couldn't hold on, Hermione would assist, but Harry's duty was to focus on releasing the exorcism and not stop until the critical moment. Understood. Neville and Ron nodded slightly, then drew their wands and shot a few crushing curses at the Devil's Sons in the sky. However, the Devil's Sons were very agile, dodging the spells with slight movements. Seeing that the spells didn't work, the two were not upset. They were just testing the waters. When the monsters swooped down, Neville and Ron pulled out their weapons to meet them head-on. After a few rounds of confrontation, they had a general understanding of the strength of the Devil's Sons. These Devil's Sons were very flexible and powerful, and Ron lost more than 30 points of shield when he was accidentally scratched. These monsters were clearly much stronger than ordinary demon servants, but had not reached the level of elite demons, so the two were not overwhelmed. Seeing this, Neville immediately activated Battle Frenzy and launched a fierce attack on the enemy. After more than a minute of intense fighting, the 6 demon sons from the first wave were all killed. For this, the two paid a price of dozens of shield points, but the demon entity's health was reduced to nearly half. Soon, the violently stimulated demon entity started a second round of spraying. This time, it spat out twice as many meatballs as before, and the hatched demon sons wielded trident-like weapons. A new round of intense combat began, and the armed demon sons were even more formidable in their attacks. However, Neville, who had activated Battle Frenzy, had an outrageously high attack power. Even facing such enemies, the battle was intense, requiring 2 or 3 swords to deal with each demon. The pressure from the new wave of Devil's Sons was significant. The joint assault by more than a dozen of them caused both Neville and Ron to lose over 100 points of shield value each. Fortunately, they had replaced their amulets in time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack. As this wave of attacks subsided, the group realized that the intensity of the third stage wasn't as high as they had anticipated. So far, not a single elite demon had appeared. Of course, Snape's assistance played a crucial role. He single-handedly blocked the demon servants that kept charging forward, allowing the others to focus on the main battle. Casting exorcism spells would have wasted valuable combat power, so Snape's efforts were invaluable. From the quartet's perspective, the third phase seemed like a tactic of overwhelming numbers. The demonic entity appeared to be trying to crush them with sheer quantity. However, thanks to Neville and Ron's relentless efforts, the demon sons failed to disrupt Hermione and Harry. The bloodline of the demonic entity was finally reduced to just a quarter of its original strength. The demonic entity, sensing its impending doom, began to thrash about wildly. Its outermost layer of flesh started to turn black and wither, indicating it was preparing for a desperate final stand. Thud! Thud! The membrane stretched out again, this time ejecting G-meatballs like a machine gun. The number of devil children released was double that of the previous wave. End of this chapter. Chapter 731, Decisive Battle. In addition to the large number of demon children appearing this time, they were also much stronger than before. The tips of the tridents in their hands burned with red and black flames. Seeing the enemy upgrade again, everyone knew that this was the last and most dangerous part of the third stage. After observing the situation clearly, Hermione didn't delay any longer. She immediately stopped the guidance in her hand. She knew that Neville and Ron alone might not be able to resist the dying counterattack of this wave of demonic entities. However, without someone to guide the exorcist, the time to eliminate the demon entity would double. If the original rhythm was followed, it would take about 2 minutes to clear the blood of the demon entity. Now, it would take around 4 minutes. So Hermione didn't hesitate and immediately released the Purification Flash, skill on the demonic entity. Purification Flash was the most lethal skill in the entire team. Not only could it instantly kill middle and low-level demons, but it could also cause significant damage to high-level demons. Hermione guessed that the demon entity belonged to the category of high-level demons, even if it might not be able to play a role. Sure enough, as soon as the Purification Flash was released, a hole was burned in the body of the demon entity, and the opponent's blood volume was reduced by about 10%. Very good, this can offset my vacancy. Hermione nodded happily when she saw this, and then joined the other two to resist the Devil's Sons in the sky. During this period, Hermione also tried the charm skill she had just acquired. This ability was truly powerful, with an activation time of almost 0. As long as she stared at a Devil Child to activate the ability, she could directly gain control of the other party. A charmed Devil's Son could obtain all-round ability bonuses, allowing it to hold back at least 2 other Devil's Sons by itself. But even so, the swarming Devil's Sons still brought a lot of trouble to the 3 of them. Because they had air superiority, they could often attack from various angles. In previous battles, such attacks could not pose a threat at all, because Neville's powerful attacks often knocked down their weapons at the first moment of confrontation. However, after the boost, both the strength and the weapons of the Devil's Sons had been greatly improved. Even Neville couldn't solve one in a short time. Under this intensive offensive, which was more annoying than mosquito bites, the shield value of the 3 dropped rapidly, but not many enemies were actually dealt with. In desperation, Hermione could only use her healing skills in advance, using quick recovery to offset the declining shield value. Just when the 3 of them were about to be overwhelmed by the enemies flying all over the sky, the demonic entity couldn't hold on anymore. After Harry's continuous guidance and exorcism, and Hermione's critical blow with a Purification Flash, the blood volume of the demonic entity bottomed out after 2 minutes. Boom! The huge wriggling sarcoma shattered like a crushed grape, and the splattered flesh and blood dyed the group of 4 bright red. The little demons in midair also exploded out of thin air at the moment the demon entity was killed, turning into flesh and blood and seeping into the ground. For a moment, the 100-meter radius centered on the demonic entity had turned into a swamp of blood. Harry and the others couldn't even find a place to stay, and their legs were deeply trapped in the quagmire made of flesh and blood. Thank God, Ron, who had already been dyed as a little red man, finally let out a sigh of relief. I thought the 3rd stage was easy at first, but I almost got killed. Now is the most troublesome time. I have already used the Purification Flash, Hermione said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Hermione, I'm not optimistic about our current situation, Hermione said, her voice tinged with concern. Although the 3rd stage was just a big melee, it drained us significantly. Even after using our healing skills, everyone's shields are still not at full capacity. Before they could discuss further, a dungeon prompt echoed in their ears. Reminder, the demon entity has been killed and the 3rd phase of the mission has been completed. Now entering settlement, annihilate elite demons, 0, demon minions annihilated, 83, demon children annihilated, 26. Members participating in the battle, 5. Team fatalities, 0, comprehensive evaluation, B. Settlement rewards are now issued. Group Purple Legendary Treasure Chest X1. Please deploy the Exorcism book within 10 minutes. Overtime will be regarded as failure of the dungeon challenge. As soon as the settlement notification ended, a large purple treasure chest materialized out of thin air. Seeing this, the group hurriedly stepped forward to inspect it. They were pressed for time and needed to rest, or all their efforts would be in vain. The items in the purple treasure chest were fewer than before, but the quality was exceptional. Inside, they found a trident-shaped weapon, a potion bottle emitting a soft white light, and a small lantern that looked more like an accessory. Halberd of Heaven, quality, purple, type polearm attack power, 60 to 80. Durability, 60-60. Equipment requirements, strength attribute or above, agility attribute or above. Trait, this item was once blessed, dealing double damage against tainted enemies. Additional skills, disarm, cooldown time, 2 minutes. Skill consumption, 5 ticks of mana, duration 10 seconds. Release range within 30 meters. Skill description, Cast this skill on an enemy, and the opponent will be unable to make physical attacks for 10 seconds. Holy Water, quality, blue. Durability, 4/4 features. Apply Holy Water to melee weapons to increase attack power by 10 points. It also grants an energy absorption effect of 10% of the damage caused, which can be returned to the user's amulet to restore shield value. Lasts for 5 minutes. Simple Lantern, quality, blue, type jewelry, features. When carried, it reduces the fear value of the holder at a slow rate. If injected with magic power, it can enter an overload state, quickly reducing the fear value for friendly units within 10 meters for 30 seconds. After this time, the lantern will be scrapped. After examining the items, the group finally let out a sigh of relief. Their biggest concern was their severe depletion. Both their fear value and shield value were dangerously low. Among the 3 items, the Holy Water and Simple Lantern could undoubtedly enhance their endurance. The Holy Water could restore shield value after killing enemies, but its duration was limited. If the enemy's attack density in the 4th stage remained high, restoring the shield value to full would be challenging, and the restored shield amount might exceed the full amulet. As for the Simple Lantern, they used it without much hesitation. Their fear value had exceeded 70%, and no one was sure how dangerous the next battle would be. They couldn't be certain they would stay together forever. While the fear value continued to decrease, the group turned their attention to the purple weapon, falling into a debate over who should wield it. Let Harry use it, Neville suggested. His current attributes meet the requirements. The flame-shaped sword I have is already very effective. If I switch weapons suddenly, I might not adapt quickly. The rest of the group nodded in agreement, understanding the logic behind Neville's suggestion. Harry was hesitant to accept the purple equipment, despite its potential benefits. I know my limitations. My combat skills have never been strong. Both Hermione and Ron are better at melee combat than I am. It would be a waste for me to use this equipment, he admitted, shaking his head with some guilt. Although the Dark Ring had boosted his strength and agility enough to wield the Heaven's Halberd, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. His physical attribute hadn't improved enough to handle the heavy equipment for long periods. Neville, you should use it, Hermione suggested. This isn't about being humble, it's practical. You have gift skills to protect yourself and can often penetrate enemy lines. We'll be facing elite demons soon, and your disarm skill will be crucial. Exactly, Neville, Ron added. Our physical fitness is much worse than yours. We struggle with short-handled weapons, let alone long-handled ones. We'd make too many mistakes. Seeing the determination in his friend's eyes, Neville reluctantly accepted the Halberd of Heaven and handed his flame-shaped sword to Harry. Harry, in turn, gave his machete to Hermione. These first-year students had limited knowledge of magic spells, and their strength, speed, and proficiency were concerning. Their weapons were their primary means of attack, especially in the dungeons. Without them, even a few teams of demon servants could easily defeat them. Thus, they all valued their weapons highly. Snape watched the young wizards with a mix of exasperation and concern. To him, it seemed like they were merely exchanging toys. However, he had come to understand the dungeon's formidable nature. His right hand, which held his wand, ached from the intense spellcasting. It had been a long time since he had used magic so intensively. Snape glanced up at the swirling clouds in the sky, which showed no signs of dissipating. Such a conspicuous phenomenon would surely attract Quirrell's attention. I need to be more cautious next time, he muttered, looking at Harry and the others with a conflicted expression. He was almost certain that the commotion would draw Quirrell to them. But according to Harry and his friends, they still had a significant battle ahead. If they encountered Quirrell again, even Snape couldn't predict the outcome. I hope you can manage this, Anduin. If anything happens to these young wizards, Dumbledore will never forgive you, Snape thought to himself. After distributing the loot, Harry and the others rested in silence, not wanting to waste the precious last 10 minutes. They hoped to end the cooldown of their skills as soon as possible. After more than 9 minutes had passed, Harry took out the exorcism book, opened it to the middle, and threw it into the air. Whoosh! The exorcism book hovered more than a meter above the ground, emitting light blue magical energy that transformed into a beam of light shooting straight into the sky, like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The beam lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually fading. The exorcism book remained suspended in the air, with a health bar appearing above it. Promote Well of the Abyss, Dungeon of Despair Town to enter the 4th stage. In this stage, exorcism. As the countdown began, Harry, Neville, and Hermione nervously leaned against the exorcism book, surrounding it protectively. According to the dungeon's prompt, for the next 10 minutes, they wouldn't need to worry too much about being attacked directly, as all the enemy's hatred would be focused on the exorcism book. However, this was precisely the most challenging aspect of the 4th stage. Protecting the exorcism book meant they had to proactively engage the enemy, ensuring the demons couldn't get close enough to attack it. This kind of defensive battle was something the quartet had experienced once before, but at that time, they were on the offensive side. Everyone knew how difficult it was to defend. The real test now was their ability to attack and kill efficiently. Many demons would undoubtedly target the exorcism book, and if their killing efficiency faltered, they would face failure, even if they all survived. It wasn't that the enemies would become mindless and stop resisting attacks. One of the conditions for completing the mission was that at least one survivor had to remain. If the attack on the exorcism book failed, the demons would likely target the survivors. Therefore, they had to prevent any harm to the exorcism book, while also ensuring their own survival. This was the true difficulty of the 4th stage. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the final decisive battle in the Dungeon of Despair Town began. Chapter 732, Distortion Puppet. As soon as the countdown ended, portals began to appear in the open space around them. Unlike the previous stage, these portals did not appear at the far end, but at various distances. Some portals even opened directly next to the exorcism book, and the demon servants who emerged from them rushed straight towards it. Although Harry and the others stepped forward to block the enemies as soon as they noticed them, a few managed to slip through and attack with stealth knives, causing the exorcism book's health to drop slightly at the beginning. This chaotic attack mode created significant trouble for those guarding the exorcism book. Within just 10 seconds, everyone realized that enemies were everywhere, surrounding them almost instantly. Ron, Hermione, and I will stay next to the exorcism book to deal with the approaching enemies. Neville, move freely and kill as many monsters as possible. This will also relieve our pressure. Harry suggested, quickly assessing the chaotic situation. Although their mission was to protect the exorcism book, it didn't mean they only needed to deal with nearby enemies. If long-range and mid-range enemies gathered and attacked simultaneously, they wouldn't be able to prevent them from harming the book. No problem. Neville immediately understood Harry's strategy. He needed to kill as many enemies as possible to prevent them from forming a larger threat. With this in mind, Neville rushed towards a group of 6 demon servants not far away, wielding the Heavenly War halberd like a long stick. As the two sides collided, Neville could truly feel the power of the trident. It was not just as powerful as its attributes suggested, it was even more formidable in action. The halberd's weight added to its power when swung, and its sharp middle end could easily cut through the demon servants with a simple sweep. With a sharp weapon in hand, Neville's confidence soared. He transformed into a relentless humanoid weapon, charging and killing through the crowd. During this process, Neville didn't forget to summon Nathan. He had saved Nathan for this stage to maximize its impact. As soon as Nathan, wielding a chainsaw, appeared, it charged like a madman, cutting down all enemies in its path. In a short time, Neville and Nathan cleared a large area around the exorcism book. On the other side, Professor Snape was in charge. However, due to continuous spellcasting for a long time, Snape's attack frequency had noticeably decreased, either from fatigue or a desire to conserve his strength. Now, Snape primarily used the Shadowless Curse to eliminate groups of enemies, leaving individual demons for Harry and the others to handle. After the previous battles, Snape knew these enemies couldn't cause much trouble. Under such orderly blocking, the constantly emerging demon servants posed little threat. However, the enemies that appeared directly around the core still managed to reduce the exorcism book's health by a few hundred points. After more than 3 minutes of stalemate, the battlefield changed again. In the area 40 meters away from the core, 3 space cracks, different from the ordinary demon portals, suddenly burst open, similar to the scene when elite demons appeared in the 3rd stage. Seeing this, Harry and the others tensed up. The group knew that elite demons were appearing, but they didn't want to wait until halfway through the battle like before. The intensity of the final stage was truly extraordinary. This time, 3 completely different elite demons emerged. The first to appear was a skeleton swordsman clad in a cloak and armor, bearing the title Evil General. As it stepped out of the space door, it stomped fiercely on the ground, summoning a dozen skeleton soldiers in simple armor from the earth around it. Clearly, this was a powerful demon with summoning abilities. Next, an obese middle-aged woman with festering skin and oozing disgusting fluids revealed herself. This was the Mother of Plague. As soon as she appeared, she opened her mouth wide and spewed dark green sticky pus like a high-pressure water gun. The pus splattered onto the other demon servants, causing a squeaking sound. Immediately, these pus-stained demon servants began to swell, their strength and speed increasing significantly. These low-level demons, amplified by the pus, left corroded footprints with every step. The pus not only enhanced their abilities, but also had a strong corrosive effect. The last elite demon had a bizarre appearance. It was completely naked, with thin but elongated limbs, an astonishingly large head, and smooth, somewhat shiny skin. This demon, named Distortion Puppet, resembled a classic alien, but had no eyes, ears, or nose. Instead, a large mouthful of fangs occupied almost half of its face. After appearing, it froze momentarily, then trembled all over as fine electric currents emerged from its skin. Suddenly, it split into 2 identical distortion puppets, connected by mucus-like threads, as if it had just completed mitosis. Seeing the 3 newly appeared elite demons, Harry and the others felt their hearts sink. The mere presence of these demons indicated they would be difficult to deal with. The evil general seemed relatively straightforward, summoning familiar skeleton monsters. However, the Mother of Plague posed a significant threat with her ability to buff demon servants. If not dealt with quickly, the defensive battle would become increasingly difficult. The abilities of the distortion puppet were still unclear, but its lightning and cloning abilities seemed different from those of Freddy. Take care of Mother of Plague first. Neville, fighting alone in the distance, quickly identified Mother of Plague as the biggest threat on the battlefield and charged towards her. Meanwhile, Snape focused on the evil general, simply because it was closest to him. Neville, charging with all his might, was the first to encounter several demon servants infected by the Mother of Plague. As soon as he engaged them, he realized their enhanced strength. The infected demon servants were not only surprisingly powerful, but each attack also caused strong corrosive damage. Even Neville's halberd of heaven crackled when it struck their bodies. Despite his vigorous halberd dance, Neville couldn't avoid being attacked by individual demon servants. Each attack not only depleted a significant amount of his shield, but also inflicted a long-lasting corrosive effect. The corrosive buff from falling damage and the self-explosion after death also had a similar corrosive attack. Just to get rid of the few infected demons in front of him, Neville's shield dropped by more than 100 points after being hit twice, which terrified him. However, this only strengthened their determination to kill the Mother of Plague as soon as possible. If they allowed her to infect more batches of low-level demons, they would lose the defensive battle with no chance of victory. Fortunately, Neville and Nathan had already cleaned up many demon servants in the area during an earlier battle, so the number of infected demons was not too high at this time. After killing 7 or 8 infected demons, and with his shield value nearly depleted, Neville finally reached the Mother of Plague. As soon as she saw him, she opened her bloody mouth, ready to spray corrosive pus at him. Seeing this, Neville immediately activated the gift skill stored in his armband of power. A pale golden light suddenly emanated from his left hand, and magic ripples gradually spread. In less than a second, his entire body was wrapped in golden light, as if covered by a transparent light film. The Mother of Plague's thick juice spewed out of her mouth, hitting Neville in the face and covering him with dark green, smoking pus. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the corrosive juices did not actually touch Neville's body. They were all blocked by the golden light film. Ugh! Although Neville was not injured by the Mother of Plague's attack, the stench made him nauseous, and he almost vomited on the spot. He knew that this was a rare opportunity, and that he had to defeat her within the duration of the gift skill, or the consequences would be disastrous. Suppressing his nausea, Neville charged at the Mother of Plague, splashing through the thick juice. He firmly set up the trident in his hand and stabbed fiercely as he rushed towards her. The Mother of Plague did not expect anyone to ignore her corrosive pus, and she was momentarily dazed when she saw Neville charging at her. After a brief moment of realization, she stopped spitting pus and instead let out a loud, piercing scream. Ah! The sharp, ear-piercing sound spread like a shockwave around the Mother of Plague, shattering several nearby demon servants. Although Neville's gift shield could resist physical and magical attacks, it could not completely defend against such a sonic attack. He was stunned almost immediately, nearly losing consciousness. However, the sudden resistance only fueled Neville's anger. His body continued to follow the orders given by his brain before he lost consciousness. He roared loudly and continued to charge forward. By the time he reached the Mother of Plague, his pupils had lost their color, but the trident in his hand still pierced her body forcefully. As a turret and auxiliary elite demon, the Mother of Plague did not have a particularly strong physique, and her speed and reaction were even worse than other demons. The heavenly halberd pierced her without any hindrance, and because Neville lost consciousness for a short time during the charge, he forcefully pushed her 7 or 8 meters away with his impact. After an unknown amount of time, Neville, who had been in a coma, was awakened by a stench. As he gradually regained his senses, he realized that the Mother of Plague was no longer in his field of vision. All around him were demon servants rushing past him towards the location of the magic book. Is the Mother of Plague dead? How long have I been out? Neville shook his head violently, forcing himself to regain consciousness. He had just blacked out while delivering a fatal blow to the enemy, and now everything seemed a bit hazy. As he looked around, he saw Professor Snape still engaged in a fierce battle with the evil general. Despite the overwhelming number of skeletons summoned by the enemy, they were no match for Snape. It wouldn't be long before Snape would defeat them. Seeing this, Neville finally let out a sigh of relief. Since Snape hadn't yet dealt with the elite demons, it meant Neville hadn't been unconscious for too long. He then turned his attention back to the core area. He wasn't overly worried about the situation with the exorcism book, as one of the 3 elite demons had already been killed, and another was firmly blocked. The situation seemed relatively optimistic. However, when he clearly saw the scene in the core area, he was taken aback. The place Harry and the others were guarding was now surrounded by 7 or 8 distortion puppets, and the HP of the exorcism book had dropped by nearly half. What's going on? How did things get so bad in just a blink of an eye? Neville muttered anxiously as he ran towards the exorcism book. The sonic attack from the Mother of Plague had produced numerous negative effects, causing him to almost stumble. As he finally got close to his companions, Hermione suddenly threw a potion bottle which contained 3/4 of the holy water they had left. It was clear they had already used their last resort, yet the situation remained dire. Be careful. Those distorted puppets are all entities, and they can split infinitely. Hermione shouted to Neville. What? You mean these 7 or 8 elite demons are all real? Neville asked, stunned by Hermione's warning. His face turned grim as the gravity of the situation sank in. End of this chapter. Chapter 733, Blood Moon. However, Neville had no time to worry about what was wrong with the aberration puppet. At this moment, these strange, alien-like monsters launched a new round of attacks on the exorcism book. The distorted puppets had slender limbs that looked weak and fragile, and indeed, many of them had their arms cut off, likely from fighting Harry and the others. In addition to using ordinary physical attacks, the distorted puppets had another, more eye-catching combat mode. One distorted puppet that had lost its upper limbs rushed desperately towards the exorcism book, screaming loudly, and then suddenly started to discharge electricity. The flashing electric light instantly covered a space with a radius of 3 meters. Harry, who was beside it, was about to strike forward with his sword, but was knocked into the air by the electric current. The HP of the exorcism book was reduced again because of this attack. But the assault didn't stop there. Several other distorted puppets around rushed towards the center, as if they were desperate. Some were blocked by Ron and Hermione, but more distorted puppets still successfully released attacks on the exorcism book. After releasing an electric shock, the distorted puppet turned around and rushed out, then began to twitch continuously, its body flickering with electric light, and an afterimage appeared. Seeing that the enemies were about to start a new round of division, Hermione had no choice but to withdraw and move forward. She found a good angle and cast a purification flash on 2 distorted puppets. The distorted puppets, hit by the light beam, instantly turned into powder, but the remaining few enemies successfully completed the split. Immediately, the number of distorted puppets besieging the exorcism book increased from 5 to 10. In fact, there should have been 8 when they got close, but one of them was killed by Harry and Ron together before, and Hermione had just eliminated 2 of them. But the few who were beaten in pain by the 8s saw that the number of enemies had increased to 10, and their hearts were filled with despair. It was absolutely impossible to continue like this. Although the individual strength of these distorted puppets was not as exaggerated as other elite demons, they could not be solved in a short time. If the delay continued, the distorted puppets would continue to split, and their numbers would only increase. This was what Neville saw after returning to the core area. Seeing this situation, Neville didn't hesitate. He hastily smeared holy water on the heavenly halberd and forced himself to calm down. He had to find the weakness of these enemies as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he returned to the battle, he might not be able to keep up with the speed of the opponent's splitting. The other 3 little wizards who had been guarding the exorcism book were not inactive. Under their berserk onslaught, another distorted puppet was killed. But when they turned around and saw the other 9 elite demons ready to attack, their hearts were full of bitterness. These disgusting things couldn't be killed at all, and before they could deal with 2 of them, the rest had doubled again. Strange! Neville, who was observing carefully from the side, suddenly discovered something peculiar. The splitting ability of those distorted puppets seemed to be purely splitting and did not have recovery properties. The distorted puppet that had rushed to the exorcism book before had its upper limbs completely broken, and after the split, not only were the injuries the same as before, but the other distorted puppet that split out also had no upper limbs. I see. Neville's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted to the 3 guards in the center, "Focus on their injuries. They can't heal when they split. Don't just think about killing them. Focus on attacking those demons' lower legs. As long as you limit their ability to move, you won't have to worry about them coming back." Neville reminded D. Prompted by Neville's advice, Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately adjusted their strategy. The distorted puppets seemed to split into identical copies of themselves, making it unnecessary to kill them all. By cutting off their lower limbs, they could prevent the puppets from causing further harm to the exorcism book. With this new understanding, the trio shifted their attacks, targeting the legs of the distorted puppets. Initially, they had been overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of these enemies. What started as 4 puppets quickly turned into 8, leaving them terrified and without time to analyze their opponents. Fortunately, Neville, observing the battlefield from a third-party perspective, identified the puppet's weakness. The change in tactics yielded immediate results. While a single distorted puppet was tough to kill, their limbs were as fragile as sugarcane and could be easily severed. With Neville's assistance, they quickly reduced 5 distorted puppets to immobile torsos. However, the remaining 4 still managed to inflict damage on the exorcism book. During the next splitting process, the clones of the limbless puppets also appeared without limbs. Ignoring the incapacitated puppets on the ground, the group focused on the mobile enemies. Soon, the original 9 distorted puppets had become 18 writhing torsos, unable to do more than scream. Finally, Ron panted, these ugly monsters are really tough. Good thing Neville reminded us in time, or we might have faced an endless stream of elite demons, Harry said, giving Neville a grateful look. They had been genuinely frightened moments ago. Stop standing around! Hermione, no longer maintaining her usual composed demeanor, looked like a blood-stained warrior. She shouted tensely, Neville, Harry, you two finish off these distorted puppets. Ron and I will handle the remaining demon servants. I don't want to see any more monsters discharging everywhere. Spurred into action by Hermione's command, everyone got busy. As she pointed out, they had only incapacitated the distorted puppets, and if left unchecked, they would continue to split. Killing the immobile puppets was much easier than fighting their complete forms. However, despite their efforts, the puppets kept splitting. After a while, they had to enlist Ron's help, but even then, it took over a minute to clear the enemies. So far, only 6 minutes had passed in the defensive battle, but the exorcism book's health had dropped to 40 points, just 40% of its full capacity. Everyone's condition was poor, with fear levels exceeding 50%, and most of their skills were on cooldown. The only silver lining was that their shield values were nearing full capacity thanks to the holy water, and Snape had finally eliminated the evil general. Seeing that all the elite demons had been wiped out, they allowed themselves a brief moment of relief. With only a few sparse demon servants left in front of them, the group of 4 finally felt a sense of relief. It seems our efficiency is good. We're only halfway through the 4th stage, and we've already dealt with the biggest threat, Ron said, smiling slightly at the others after decapitating a demon servant. Don't be too happy. No one knows if there will be other dangers, Hermione muttered sullenly. The sticky bloodstains made Hermione, who always loved cleanliness, feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, just after she complained, the surrounding scene changed again. The ferocious and crazed demon servants on the battlefield suddenly froze, as if under a petrification spell, or like a sci-fi movie with the pause button pressed. These demon servants didn't remain frozen for long. The moment they stabilized, a cloud of red and black mist gushed out from their mouths and noses, then went straight into the ground, as if a powerful exhaust fan was running beneath their feet. At the same time, not only the living demon servants, but also the dead demon bodies began to emit black smoke, all of which flowed into the ground. After a while, the hundreds of demons within a radius, whether alive or dead, all turned into strands of debris and dissipated into the air. At first glance, it seemed as if there had never been a battle here. Such a strange sight made Harry and the others swallow hard. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew it couldn't be good. You jinxed it, Ron complained to Hermione. You really hit the spot. It seems something terrifying is about to appear. Shut up and be careful, you idiot. Hermione snapped, her bad mood worsening, making her even more curt with Ron. Before the two could argue further, a new change appeared on the battlefield. The first thing to mutate was the sky above their heads. The swirl-like cloud layer gradually dissipated, revealing the moon hidden behind. But this time, the full moon was completely different from what they had seen before. The bright silvery moon had been dyed red with strands of black threads, like cracks running through it. It looked like a red eyeball without pupils, covered in black silk. The moment the blood moon appeared, everyone present felt their hearts tighten, and the surrounding air became eerily silent, as if someone had tightly grasped their hearts and covered their mouths and noses. Such a terrifying scene made everyone forget for a moment that they were actually in a dungeon. The too real scene instilled genuine fear in their hearts. They won't be killed, will they? Even Snape, who was not far away, frowned. The scene in front of him was too real, and the suffocating pressure was not fake. This made him uncertain for a moment whether this world was created by Anduin. Could it be that Quirrell had used some means to take over this dungeon? Or maybe this place itself was a special area, and Anduin had just used it after a slight modification. What was happening? As everyone was lost in thought, a violent shock erupted from beneath their feet. Just when they thought there was an earthquake, The ground not far from them cracked open, followed by a puddle of black sludge gushing out. After a while, a large area in front of them turned into a quagmire. Before they could react, a huge hand emerged from it. This palm looked like the sharp claws of a giant dragon, covered with metal-like scales or armor plates. It was clear, even to the naked eye, that it was not naturally formed. As the massive hand grasped the edge of the quagmire and struggled to push itself up, the owner of the hand finally began to reveal itself. A terrifying giant, nearly 10 meters tall, appeared before everyone. Its appearance was reminiscent of the demons described in Western literature. The creature's lower limbs were like those of a beast, with recurved joints, and it wore armor. Its torso was human-like, but it had giant claws sharper than those of dragons and eagles. The head had human-like facial features, but with two enormous goat horns protruding from the top. What shocked Harry and his friends even more was that this terrifying figure did not seem to be a replica. Unlike the other monsters they had encountered in the dungeon, which always had a name and health bar visible through their goggles, this creature had none. The only thing emanating from it was a palpable sense of dread. Snape, who stood nearby without goggles, was also visibly shaken. His keen magical perception told him that this giant was unlike any enemy they had faced before. The energy contained within this creature was immense, so much so that even a dozen adult wizards might not stand a chance against it. As everyone stood paralyzed by fear, the creature suddenly opened its eyes and let out a languid groan, sending shivers down their spines. End of this chapter. Chapter 734, Messenger of Doom. Human, why did you wake me up? The demon giant's voice rumbled like distant thunder, causing a heavy pressure to settle over everyone present. Harry, standing at the forefront, tried to suppress the tension in his heart. Who are you? Why? He began, but his voice faltered, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, cutting him off abruptly. Don't know my name? How dare you meddle here? Heh. The gigantic demon sneered, its laughter echoing like a shout in a water tank. The quagmire beneath its feet rippled with each sound. However, for offering so many sacrifices to me, I will grant you the knowledge before you die. The demon puffed out its chest and, with a powerful motion, unfurled two enormous wings from its back. The wings stretched out, casting a shadow over the group. The demon reached to its waist with its right hand, pulling out a long whip with a resounding crack, and slapped it against the ground. I am the Lord of Fear from the past, one of the 7 lords under Satan, the King of Hell, the Messenger of Doom, Dumu. As Dumu announced his title, a faint, burning blood flame began to emanate from his body, causing him to glow red from head to toe. The long whip in his hand ignited, flames dancing along its length, the air filled with the acrid smell of sulfur and sparks, like volcanic ash. Doomsday Messenger? Dumu? Harry and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Have you heard of this Doom? Ron asked softly, inching closer to Hermione. Hermione shook her head resolutely. No, I know of the Satan he mentioned, but isn't that just a legend? Could this guy be a real demon? Regardless, he doesn't look fake at all, Neville said, sweat pouring down his face from the oppressive heat. They hadn't even fought yet, and already they were struggling to withstand the pressure. Dumu, meanwhile, paid no attention to the young wizards. He stretched his body and wings, savoring the fresh air as if it were a rare luxury. Harry and the others dared not interrupt, secretly relieved that time was still ticking away. The exorcism book continued its countdown. From the moment the mutation began to Dumu's appearance, only a little over 2 minutes had passed. Less than a minute remained before the end of the 4th stage. The group hoped desperately for the stage to end so they could escape this nightmare. The pressure from the Messenger of Doom was overwhelming and all too real. Few could imagine defeating such a foe. Snape, who had been standing nearby, quietly moved closer to the group and whispered solemnly, "Be careful. If things go wrong, run. Don't try to hold on. I'll cover your escape." Professor, isn't this big guy a construct created by Professor Wilson? Harry asked, his voice trembling. Construct? Snape shook his head with a wry smile. Impossible. The magical power emanating from this creature is on a completely different level from those previous constructs. Even I might not be able to handle this guy. It doesn't look like an artifact at all. What? Harry's heart sank upon hearing this. They had held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps the figure before them was merely a hidden boss in the dungeon. But was this figure truly a demon, and why had it appeared in Anduin's dungeon? Harry, Hermione, who had been carefully keeping track of the time, leaned over, trembling. The countdown on the exorcism book is almost up. As soon as the return passage opens, let's run quickly, no matter who this doomsday messenger is. It's all over. Everyone, including Snape, felt a wave of relief wash over them at her words, and nodded in unison. None of them wanted to confront the terrifying figure before them. Just as Hermione finished speaking, the exorcism book beside them began to move. The azure blue book flashed suddenly, spun, and then disappeared into the air. As the book vanished, a circular space door slowly opened in the void, revealing the stone house inside, adorned with the mirror of Erised. At the same time, a long-awaited dungeon notification sounded in everyone's ears. The fourth stage, the defense of the stronghold, has been completed, and the return portal is now open. This portal will only last for 3 minutes. All survivors are requested to leave the instance as soon as possible. Yes! Seeing the portal open as the dungeon prompt indicated, everyone clenched their fists in excitement and rushed towards the space gate in unison. A dimensional door? Trying to leave? Have you asked for my permission? The messenger of doom, Dome, who had been watching from a distance, smiled coldly upon seeing the open portal. He immediately stretched out his left index finger and tapped lightly towards the portal. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the half-opened circular portal shattered with a bang, like a mirror struck hard. What? Faced with this sudden change, the 5 people, including Snape, were all astonished. They hadn't expected the figure to destroy the space door from such a distance. As the portal shattered, despair filled their hearts. They were now certain that Doom's sudden appearance had nothing to do with Anduin. If Doom were part of the dungeon, he wouldn't have destroyed the portal. Lowly ants, daring to make small moves under the king's nose. You really don't know how to live or die. Doom sneered, admiring the wizard's astonishment. We have no quarrel with you. We just want to leave. Why are you doing this? Hermione shouted, her voice trembling with fear and despair, mixed with anger. Why? How ridiculous. Dom raised his chin, staring at them mockingly. Your greatest sin is daring to trespass on this king's territory, and his eyes suddenly became extremely dangerous. I smelled a very nasty scent from that door. You and that bastard Anduin are probably in the same group, right? Anduin? Do you know Professor Wilson? Harry asked, bewildered. Ha-ha! Dom laughed, his face twisted with hatred. Of course I know him. If it weren't for that damn guy causing trouble 2 years ago, my sacrificial ceremony would have been completed long ago. The entire Hopetown was full of fresh human sacrifices, all dedicated to Satan's gift. He clenched his fists, his face grim. But that bastard Anduin, an ant, he dared to destroy this king's ceremony, wasting so much life essence. It's an unforgivable crime. Hearing Dom's description, everyone felt chills run down their spines. This guy had planned to sacrifice tens of thousands of humans, and he called Anduin's actions an unforgivable sin? Clearly, Doom had a twisted understanding of the word. What he had done was the real unforgivable crime. Snape cursed silently, damning the situation they were in. Did Anduin provoke such a monster back then? How come I never heard him mention it? And using this kind of ghostly place to make a copy? Harry, standing next to him, mustered the courage to shout at Dum, Impossible! Since Professor Wilson found out that you were doing evil, why didn't he kill you completely? Heh! Dum smiled coldly. Do you think it's so easy to get rid of me? However, I have to admit that Anduin's strength is indeed formidable. The thundercloud that almost enveloped the entire Hopetown is still unforgettable to me. 2 years ago, I fought fiercely with Anduin for 3 days and 3 nights. At the beginning, I had the upper hand, fueled by the energy of tens of thousands of blood sacrifices. But as time passed, that man was like a tireless monster. Not only did he deplete all my magic power, but he also completely destroyed the ritual circle I had arranged in Hopetown. However, no matter how powerful Anduin is, he could only wound me, not completely destroy me. That man confidently thought he had everything under control, but he knew nothing about the power of demons. Ha ha ha! Dum laughed wildly, pointing viciously at the void, cursing his former enemy. "Anduin, did you think you could kill me by destroying my body? Unexpectedly, I still had a backup plan and the last bit of life energy in Hopetown." After venting his anger, Dumb lowered his head and looked suspiciously at the 5 people in front of him. "So, Anduin is your teacher? Perfect. Let's use your blood to cleanse the shame this king has suffered." Even Snape was shocked by Dumb's words. This guy was once as strong as Anduin? Snape was well aware of Anduin's power. Although he had his issues with Anduin, he never doubted his strength. If what Dumb said was true, they were indeed in grave danger today. On the other side, Harry's legs were already weak with fear, but he still summoned the courage to shout at Dumb, "This is now Professor Wilson's place, and he is not far away. If you dare to attack us, he will never let you go." But Harry's intimidation had no effect on Dumb. "He's here? Ha ha ha! The fear in your mind is like a torch in the dark night to me. I did notice Anduin's presence earlier, but he's on the other side of the portal. So you should give up. Even if Anduin finds me, he won't be able to come here quickly. This small town has a very strong ability to block space, and with me here, he will never be able to reopen the portal." After refuting Harry contemptuously, Dumb still lifted his nose and sniffed hard, just in case. This time, he actually discovered something. Dumb turned his head and projected his cold gaze into the distant jungle. He raised his right hand and lashed the long whip in his claws in that direction. "Who dares to spy on this king in the dark?" The scorching long whip turned into a headless, fiery snake, stretching and extending as it was pulled out. It became like a thin flame stick, hundreds of meters long, whipping fiercely into the jungle and leaving a striking trail of flames. With the blow of the fire whip, more than a dozen large trees were blasted into charcoal and debris, forcing the figure behind the trees to reveal themselves. "Wait a minute." The figure, having nowhere to hide, shouted urgently as the fire whip lashed towards them, ready to strangle and burn them. All curses end. A golden magical aura suddenly flashed, and the circular shield propped up by the magic light squeaked, viciously bouncing off the fire whip and extinguishing all the flames attached to it. Then the figure took advantage of the moment. Quirrell seized the opportunity to rush forward, eventually reaching the open space where Dumu and the group of 5 were gathered. He stopped at a distance of about 40 meters from both sides. The figure that appeared was, of course, Quirrell, whom Snape had been searching for. However, Quirrell looked quite disheveled. His robe was torn in several places, though the turban on his head remained neatly wrapped. Clearly, his previous experiences in Despair Town had not been smooth. As he approached, Quirrell adjusted his clothes slightly, then bowed slightly to Dumu, and said with a respectful smile, "Dear Lord of Fear, I am not allied with the group in front of you, nor with Anduin. In fact, I am an enemy of Anduin, so there is no need for us to be hostile to each other." Dumu did not immediately respond, but simply watched Quirrell quietly. On the other side, Harry and the others were shocked by Quirrell's appearance. Hermione couldn't help but shout, "Professor Quirrell, did you really betray Hogwarts? Did you betray Dumbledore?" "Betrayal?" Quirrell scoffed after saluting Dumu. He turned to face them, a cold smile on his lips. "It's absurd. I was never aligned with Dumbledore or Anduin from the beginning, so how can you speak of betrayal? So you are really a Death Eater. Why? Why did you join Voldemort?" Harry, momentarily forgetting his fear, pointed angrily at Quirrell and shouted, "End of this chapter." Chapter 735, Voldemort. "You're courting death. How dare you utter the Master's name directly? Avada Kedavra." Quirrell, no longer the timid professor he once was, now wore a hideous and terrifying expression. With a snarl, he raised his hand and cast the killing curse at Harry. Harry, seeing the deadly spell aimed at him, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. But just as the curse was about to strike, Snape intervened. With a swift motion of his wand, he lifted a massive boulder from the ground, intercepting the curse. He then instinctively shielded Harry behind him. "Quirrell, do you know what you're doing?" Snape glared at him fiercely. "I advise you to reconsider your position and whom you should be loyal to. It's not too late to turn back, especially in this situation." Snape's eyes flicked towards Dumbledore in the distance, subtly hinting at something to Quirrell. He didn't want to be caught in a crossfire. and his words carried a note of conciliation. In his memory, Quirrell's personality was vastly different from what he was displaying now. Snape preferred to believe that Quirrell's actions were coerced. Given their current predicament, even if they were enemies, they were still human. The logical choice would be to unite against the common threat rather than continue their infighting. However, Quirrell seemed oblivious to Snape's hints or simply didn't care. He sneered malevolently. Snape, why do you insist on obstructing me? You, of all people, should understand your position. You were once a Death Eater. Shouldn't you be serving the Master alongside me? But now, you're siding with the enemy and protecting the boy who lived. How about this? Hand over Harry, and I might put in a good word for you with the Dark Lord. Quirrell's voice echoed through the wilderness, shifting from initial anger to a seductive, almost hypnotic tone. Snape's face darkened further, feeling the sting of Quirrell's words. He was now certain that the Quirrell before him was beyond redemption, more fanatical than the most fervent Death Eater of the past. As for Quirrell's proposal, Snape would never betray Dumbledore, and more importantly, he would never betray Lily. Harry and the others, hearing Quirrell's words, were taken aback. Snape was once a Death Eater? Could he be trusted now? But it seemed Snape had severed ties with that organization. Recalling their recent adventures, despite Snape's abrasive personality, he had been protecting them all along. Strengthened by this realization, Harry stepped out from behind Snape and shouted angrily at Quirrell, "Professor Snape is not a scumbag like you. Serving Voldemort will only lead you to ruin, and your end will be a death without a grave." Snape, surprised by Harry's defense, felt a sudden warmth. But aware of the gravity of their situation, he scolded Harry coldly. "Stay back and stay put. Now is not the time for you brats to act recklessly." Lowering his voice, Snape whispered urgently, "Don't be a hero here. If things go wrong, run. Anduin must have noticed something is amiss. All you need to do is wait for his support. I'll buy you time." Snape's eyes bore into Harry's, conveying the seriousness of his words. Snape's voice was low and serious, tinged with anxiety. Yet, Harry could see a steely determination in his eyes. Realizing that Snape intended to sacrifice himself to buy them time, Harry felt a surge of panic. "Professor, we won't leave you behind." "You idiot!" Snape snapped, glaring at Harry. "What use are you besides getting in my way? Don't be a burden to me." "Professor Snape," Harry, though young, understood that Snape was trying to provoke him. He shook his head resolutely. Before they could exchange more words, Quirrell pointed his wand at them again, his face twisted with anger. "You dare speak rudely? Do you think you're really a savior? I'll send you to hell to join your parents right now." Quirrell snarled. Snape and Harry immediately raised their wands, ready to defend themselves. But instead of attacking, Quirrell clutched his head in pie. A strange, sinister voice emanated from him. "You fool! Potter's life is mine. Who gave you the courage to make your own decisions?" "Yes, I'm sorry, Master." Quirrell's demeanor shifted back to his usual cowardice, apologizing to the voice with a sycophantic tone. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Snape's eyes widened in shock. "Master, that voice, could it be?" "Severus, you disappoint me," the treacherous voice continued. "You choose to side with Potter now? What a waste of my high expectations for you." "Is it Vol, the Dark Lord? Are you really not dead?" Snape's face turned pale as he realized the truth. "Ha ha! What do you think? I am the Dark Lord, the future ruler of the wizarding world. How could I be killed so easily? Quirrell, let me see my former disciple for myself." "Yes, Master," Quirrell replied, carefully removing his hood and turning his back. An extremely ugly face appeared on the back of his head. Seeing this horrifying visage, Snape was filled with dread. "Dark Lord, is it really you?" he muttered, trembling. "You've been parasitic on Quirrell all this time. No wonder he's so devoted to you." "What, you mean that face is Voldemort?" Harry stared at Snape in shock, then looked at Quirrell's head in disbelief. Voldemort, with only a face left, sneered. "Yes, if it weren't for the Sorcerer's Stone, why would I go to such lengths to enter Hogwarts? Severus, for your past loyalty, I offer you one last chance to return to my side. But first, you must give me Potter." "Impossible." Snape shook his head decisively. "This is no longer your era, and I am no longer the Severus Snape I used to be." "Professor." Harry was moved by Snape's resolute response. For a moment he felt that his past hatred for Snape was misplaced. It's a pity, Severus. You've just squandered your last chance. Do you think you can defeat me? Defeat the omnipotent Dark Lord? Voldemort's eyes blazed with fury. Omnipotent? Before Snape could respond, a voice interrupted. Doom, who had been silent until now, yawned slightly and glanced at Voldemort with disdain. Your drama is entertaining, but it's getting tiresome, and your claim of omnipotence is laughable. Even with my power, I've never been so arrogant. You, a mere parasite, a soul full of corruption? The challenge myself, Voldemort declared, his voice dripping with venomous determination. He turned his gaze back to Dumu, who stood amidst the molten ground, exuding an aura of pure malevolence. You think you can intimidate me with your theatrics? Voldemort sneered, his wand raised and ready. I have faced death and returned. I have conquered the greatest wizards of our time. You are but another obstacle in my path to ultimate power. Dumu's laughter echoed through the air, a chilling sound that seemed to vibrate with the very essence of chaos. Bold words for a creature clinging to life through the body of a mere mortal. Show me, then, the extent of your so-called power. Without another word, Voldemort unleashed a torrent of dark magic, the air crackling with the intensity of his spell. The ground beneath them trembled as the forces collided, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. Dumu responded in kind, his fiery whip lashing out with a ferocity that seemed to scorch the very air. Quirrell, cowering behind a nearby boulder, watched in terror as the two titans clashed. The sheer power on display was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. He could feel the heat of the battle, the raw energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. Master, please, Quirrell pleaded, his voice barely audible over the din of the fight. We must find a way to escape. This creature is too powerful. Voldemort's eyes blazed with fury as he deflected another strike from Dumu's whip. Silence, you fool. I will not be bested by this demon. I will find a way to destroy him, and then the world will be ours for the taking. But even as he spoke, Voldemort could feel the strain of the battle. Dumu's power was immense, and his relentless ult was beginning to take its toll. He needed a new strategy, something that would turn the tide in his favor. Quirrell, Voldemort hissed, his voice low and dangerous. Prepare the ritual. We will summon reinforcements from the depths of the underworld. If this demon wants destruction, then we shall give it to him tenfold. Quirrell's eyes widened in fear, but he nodded quickly, scrambling to gather the necessary components for the dark ritual. As he worked, Voldemort continued to hold off Dumu's attacks, his mind racing with possibilities. The ground shook violently as Dumu unleashed another wave of molten fury, but Voldemort stood his ground, his determination unwavering. You may be powerful, Dumu, but you are not invincible. I will find your weakness, and when I do, you will fall. Dumu's eyes glowed with a malevolent light as he regarded Voldemort. You amuse me, wizard. Very well, let us see what you are truly capable of. But know this, in the end, all will burn. As the battle raged on, the air grew thick with the scent of sulfur and the sound of clashing magic. Quirrell worked frantically, his hands trembling as he prepared the ritual that would summon the forces of darkness to their aid. And in the midst of it all, Voldemort and Dumu continued their deadly dance, each determined to emerge victorious. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and only time would tell who would prevail in this epic clash of titans. I have never experienced a demon's body before, Voldemort sneered coldly. As he spoke, his expression twisted into a grimace, and Quirrell let out a painful wail. Suddenly, a thick cloud of black smoke burst from the back of Quirrell's head. The smoke struggled to escape, as if shedding a tight garment. As the smoke fully emerged, Voldemort's face gradually took shape within it. The dark cloud then transformed into a long, serpentine figure made of smoke or steam, twisting and rushing towards Dumbledore. Quirrell, now free from Voldemort's parasitic hold, looked pitiful. He seemed to have aged decades in an instant. His face and head were covered with wrinkles and age spots. He could barely muster the strength to crawl. Yet, unnoticed by everyone, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Quirrell's mouth. End of this chapter. Chapter 736, A Brand New Body. Voldemort transformed into a continuously steaming black mist, rushing towards Dum like an evil spirit descending upon the world. His mouth was full of sarcasm as he mocked incessantly, The messenger of doom, you know nothing about real power. Today, I will show you what true immortality is. Is that so? A defeated dog who can only cling to life dares to act presumptuously in front of this king, Dumb retorted, showing no fear. He retracted the flame whip in his hand and lashed it fiercely at the black mist in the air. The blazing whip turned into sharp lines of fire mid-air. As Dumb accelerated his strikes, it gradually formed a tight net, wrapping towards Voldemort. However, in his special form, Voldemort was extremely agile. No matter how fierce Dumb's attacks were, they always missed, and Voldemort dodged them with ease. Despite this, Voldemort could feel the power attached to the long whip. He knew that the formidable figure before him was indeed difficult to deal with, especially since he was not in a perfect state. He had to end this quickly. With a sudden roar, Voldemort unleashed a soundless yet soul-piercing scream. The power of this scream was so intense that even Snape, Harry, and others who were far away felt a burst of brain pain. However, Voldemort's attack was like scratching an itch for Dumb. What a weak soul scream. Do you expect to defeat me with such an attack? Dumb mocked. He waved the long whip again, but this time, instead of lashing vigorously, he chose to rotate the fire whip quickly, turning it into a conical flame storm. He stepped forward, aiming it at Voldemort. Seeing that his soul attack was almost ineffective against Dumb, Voldemort was secretly startled. He had spent years researching this attack method, believing that any life with a soul would be affected. But now, he had no time to ponder. The flaming storm formed by Dumb's fire whip not only had a wide attack surface, but also a strong suction force. If he wasn't careful, he would be sucked into the flame vortex. Dumb seemed to have found the best way to deal with him. In his smoke form, Voldemort found it very difficult to resist this powerful vacuum. But then, Voldemort made a surprising move. He forcibly plunged into the flame vortex. Haha, knowing that you have no chance of winning, are you planning to commit suicide? I thought you would bring more fun to me. What a disappointment. Dumb sneered as he watched Voldemort disappear into his firestorm. This scene left Snape and the others in the distance very surprised. They had been quietly retreating, hoping to take advantage of the two fighting each other to escape the battlefield quickly. But Voldemort disappeared so suddenly? Was this really the former Dark Lord? How could he act so recklessly? Or was this messenger of doom truly so powerful? Snape watched the master he had sworn allegiance to disappear into the flames like a moth to a flame. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Although he hated Voldemort for cruelly depriving him of the love in his heart, he also feared Voldemort's strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have behaved so badly when Voldemort appeared. But the Dark Lord, who was almost invincible in his mind, was killed so easily it felt absurd and unreal. Professor, even you-know-who can't stop that doomsday messenger. What should we do now? Hermione, who was more concerned about their immediate survival, asked anxiously. Run as far as you can. I hope Anduin and the others can arrive in time. This bastard really made us miserable, finding such a ghostly place for his broken copy. Snape was pulled back from his thoughts by Hermione's urgency. He could only suggest helplessly, and at the same time, he really hated Anduin for this predicament. But is it really useful for us to run away blindly like this? This is the place where that guy is, and he will definitely catch up soon, Harry said, frowning pessimistically. Or, let's run away separately. If one of us can escape, it's better than none. No, Snape immediately denied the idea. Scattered escape would mean giving up the lives of some of them, and the weaker their strength, the lower the probability of escape. He couldn't watch these young wizards being slaughtered like helpless chicks. If Dumb really catches up, I will find a way to stop him. Now is not the time for you to make sacrifices. Snape's tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. After hearing Snape's words, the group could only continue on their way, albeit helplessly. They were quickly interrupted by Ron's exclamation. Look, there seems to be something wrong with Dumb. Ron, who had been looking back to observe the situation, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Huh? Prompted by Ron, everyone looked back. Sure enough, Dumb was in a very wrong state. He had already dealt with Voldemort and should have caught up with them by now, but instead, he stood there in a daze, as if he had lost consciousness. This situation didn't last long. Dumb soon bent down, trembling all over, clutching his head in pain while roaring continuously. Who? Who is in this king's head? Get out of this king! Ha! A deep laughter suddenly emanated from Dumb's body, and black smoke began to steam from him. Dumb, you didn't think I'd be defeated so easily, did you? Voldemort's triumphant taunt echoed through Dumb's body. Stop struggling and just give me your body. No one in this world can surpass me in the study of soul magic. Damn it! Wasn't your soul burned to ashes by the flames? How did it escape into my body? Why is this happening? Dumb's brain felt like it was splitting open. He couldn't understand how Voldemort had managed to do all this. Haha, my soul is immortal. Did you think I was joking? How can a mere flame withstand me? Even fiendfire can't destroy my will in a short time. Voldemort laughed wildly, increasing his strength to compete with Dumb for control of the body, causing Dumb's expression to become more and more pained. The reason Voldemort was able to successfully invade Dumb's body was not as easy as he made it seem. His soul had indeed become difficult to destroy for some reason, but that didn't mean it couldn't be weakened or injured. When he plunged into the flame vortex, he endured intense pain, but these pains were worth it to him. After all, Voldemort managed to possess Dumb's right hand, holding the whip, and successfully took over his body. As soon as he entered Dumb's body, Voldemort absorbed the magic power and headed towards Dumb's brain, trying to control the demon as he had controlled Quirrell. If he could get such an incomparably powerful body, what need would he have for the Philosopher's Stone? With this body and his magical abilities, ruling the wizarding world would be a breeze. But something felt strange to Voldemort. Dumb's brain structure and soul state were very unusual, completely different from any life forms he had seen before. The carrier used by Dumb to contain his consciousness was a strange bead inside his skull, which looked like an artifact. Perhaps this was a peculiarity of the demon family. Voldemort didn't think too much about it. He got into the bead, determined to take control. Voldemort's consciousness clashed fiercely with Dumb's, but the battle was surprisingly easy for Voldemort. Dumb's consciousness was as weak as a child's, and the soul battle Voldemort had anticipated never materialized. Within mere seconds, he had completely eradicated Dumb's consciousness. From a distance, Harry and the others watched as Dumb initially wailed in pain before collapsing to the ground, seemingly unconscious. "What's happening?" Ron asked, his face a picture of confusion. "It looks like Voldemort isn't dead. Instead, he's taken over Dumb's body and is fighting for control," Hermione speculated, recalling the earlier conversation between the two. "And now, who won?" Harry asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The power levels of Voldemort and Dumb were beyond his comprehension, leaving him clueless. "I don't know. Maybe Voldemort won. He's a master of soul magic, but Dumb might have the advantage since it's his own body," Snape said, shaking his head in frustration. Even he couldn't decipher the situation. Could they both lose? Wouldn't that mean we're safe? Ron suggested hopefully. "It's better not to be so optimistic. We should leave immediately. The farther we are from here, the safer we'll be," Snape advised firmly. He knew the danger they faced if the situation turned against them. As Snape led Harry and the others away, a chilling voice echoed from Dumb's body. Despite the distance, it was unmistakably clear. "Trying to escape? You can't leave," the voice declared. Everyone froze, a cold dread washing over them. The voice was Voldemort's. Snape stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. "Could it be? You took over Dumb? How could it happen so quickly?" "Ha! Nothing is impossible for me." Dumb's body slowly rose, a sinister smile on his face. Voldemort, now in full control, stretched out his hands, reveling in the power he felt. "You can feel the violent magic just by standing. This body is truly remarkable," Voldemort mused, intoxicated by his new form. He then turned his attention to Snape and the others, his gaze locking onto Harry. "Potter, the boy in the prophecy. I once saw you as a threat, but now you are nothing more than an ant I can easily crush," Voldemort sneered. Turning to Snape, he continued, "And you, my most loyal subordinate, you chose to betray me, and now you will face the wrath of the Dark Lord." Voldemort's demeanor was unnervingly calm, his eyes cold and contemptuous. The power he had gained made him feel invincible. Snape, realizing the gravity of the situation, stood protectively in front of Harry and the others. "I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to harm them, Dark Lord. You've gained enough. Let this end here." Voldemort laughed derisively. "I didn't expect you to become Dumbledore's loyal dog so quickly. Or perhaps you found your purpose as a professor at Hogwarts." He glanced at Harry. "Oh, right. It's because of our dear Mr. Potter, after all, he is." "Enough!" Snape interrupted, his voice firm. The other party's words struck a nerve, causing him to glare with a gloomy expression. "Ha-ha! I've hit a sore spot, haven't I?" Voldemort grinned triumphantly, his smile widening with malevolent glee. "Since that's the case, I'll let you witness firsthand how I torture Mr. Potter to death." Snape's expression had turned from merely unpleasant to downright hideous, but he forced himself to maintain a composed demeanor. With a brave front, he retorted, "Not everyone in this world fears you. I hope that when you face Albus and Anduin in the future, you can still manage to laugh." "Humph, it's been a few years, and your defiance has only grown." Voldemort laughed even more wildly, his eyes gleaming with increasing danger. "With the power I now possess, I fear no one. Where are Dumbledore and Anduin? Bring them out." End of this chapter. Chapter 737, Changes in the Style of Painting. After yelling wantonly, Voldemort raised his long whip, reminiscent of the original Doom, and lashed out at Snape and the others. He injected magic power into the whip, causing it to blaze with flames and stretch violently. Controlling Dumb's body, Voldemort finally realized what true power felt like. The magic within him seemed almost endless, and he had a natural affinity for fire magic. The smooth mobilization of his magic made him moan in satisfaction. The blazing whip slashed fiercely at Harry and the others. Snape, standing at the front, saw that they couldn't avoid the attack. He mustered up the courage and extended his wand. Finite Incantatem! Snape had seen Quirrell use this spell to resist Dumb's attack before, so he imitated it now. The golden magic light filled the space around the group of five, successfully repelling Voldemort's attack. However, Snape was not relieved. A high-level spell like Finite Incantatem consumed a lot of mana and put a heavy burden on the body. Given his current state, having just experienced a defensive battle, he couldn't use it many more times. But Voldemort, on the other hand, was calmly waving his whip again and again, laughing wildly. This kind of condescending killing gave him endless pleasure. "Damn it! You bastard Anduin! You're really gonna kill me this time!" Snape struggled to maintain the spell and couldn't help cursing Anduin angrily. If it wasn't for him, these young wizards wouldn't be involved in such trouble. It's not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their backs. Just as Snape and the others were devastated by Voldemort's attack, a familiar voice suddenly reached their ears. It was Anduin. Boom! With the sound of Anduin's voice, a thick layer of dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the crimson moon. Thunder and lightning flashed within, illuminating the open space where the group stood. Upon hearing Anduin's voice, the expressions of Snape, the four young wizards, and Voldemort all changed. Snape and the others were overjoyed, while Voldemort's expression froze. From previous information, it was known that Dom had been defeated by Anduin before. If Doom had not recovered to his strongest form, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage now? But feeling the surging magic power within him, Voldemort couldn't imagine how such a terrifying body could lose to a kid in his 20s. In disbelief, Voldemort waved his long whip again, intensifying his strength to whip at Snape and the others. No matter how difficult Anduin would be to deal with next, he prioritized getting rid of the traitor in front of him. Jeng! But before the flame whip could strike, a silver-white lightning bolt descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Snape and the others, violently deflecting Voldemort's attack. As the light gradually dimmed, they saw a long silver sword stabbed firmly into the ground, glowing coldly and flashing with lightning like a silver snake. The next moment, before anyone could react, a hand lightly grasped the hilt of the sword. Anduin, dressed in a gorgeous formal attire, appeared in the middle of the battlefield out of nowhere, smiling as he stared at the giant demon that Voldemort had become. "Professor! Uncle Wilson!" The group of young wizards cheered excitedly upon seeing Anduin's back. To them, he was synonymous with strength and provided an invisible sense of security. "Damn it! Why did you take so long to get here?" Snape finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Anduin, but couldn't help complaining. He had been almost scared to death by Voldemort just moments ago. "Sorry. I was so engrossed in my preparations, Anduin replied, his eyes never leaving Voldemort. Anduin, his eyes still fixed on the scene, almost didn't realize Snape's presence. He turned his head slightly, offering an insincere apology. I was just watching the show. Snape's frown deepened. You were there the whole time? Why didn't you step in to help? Anduin shrugged helplessly. Timing is everything. If I acted too soon, all my previous efforts would have been wasted. He then turned his attention to Voldemort. I'll explain everything later. First, I need to deal with the matter at hand. Voldemort sneered, looking down at Anduin with a menacing posture. Deal with me? Just you? That's quite a bold statement. If you're here, Dumbledore must be nearby. Why not bring him out? It's been a while since we last spoke. Anduin's grin turned cold. There's no need for Dumbledore to handle you. Since you gave Severus a chance earlier, I'll extend the same courtesy to you. Surrender now and avoid unnecessary conflict. Voldemort laughed mockingly. Surrender? To you? With the powerful body I possess now, what makes you think you can speak so confidently? Anduin's expression remained flat. A powerful body? Have you ever wondered why I let you take control of that demonic form? Fool! Voldemort's expression froze. Could there be something wrong with this body? He quickly mobilized his magic to scan himself thoroughly. After several detailed checks, he found nothing amiss. The body was indeed powerful and flawless. Snorting, Voldemort dismissed Anduin's words as a trick. He was well versed in deception and believed Anduin was trying to unsettle him. However, his composure was soon shattered, not by any revelation about his body, but by the sudden appearance of someone unexpected. Quirrell, now extremely aged and frail, stumbled out from the bushes and made his way unsteadily towards Anduin. Seeing Quirrell, both Snape and Harry's faces contorted with anger. It was Quirrell's betrayal that had allowed Voldemort to infiltrate Hogwarts. Instinctively, Harry and the others raised their wands, ready to attack. Harry, put away your wands. Quirrell is one of us. Anduin quickly intervened, stopping the young wizards. Quirrell was in a weakened state, and any attack could be fatal. One of us? Hermione looked at Anduin in disbelief. Professor, are you sure? Voldemort was parasitic on him. How could he be one of us? That's right, Professor, Harry added nervously. He admitted to plotting against the Sorcerer's Stone right in front of us. Trust me, I know what I'm doing, Anduin insisted. Reluctantly, the young wizards lowered their wands, though their expressions remained skeptical. Snape, too, looked puzzled, but held his silence. Quirrell, seeing that he was not in immediate danger, approached Anduin with trembling steps. Anduin, I've completed all the tasks you assigned to me. I didn't need to use the backup plan. Now, about our agreement. Despite his haggard appearance, Quirrell's demeanor was one of cautious respect. Anduin nodded approvingly. You did well. I won't go back on my word. He pulled out a crystal vial from his robes and handed it to Quirrell. This potion will help restore your lost vitality, as promised. Quirrell accepted the vial with shaking hands, his relief palpable. Anduin couldn't hide the excitement on his face as he uncorked the bottle without hesitation and poured the potion into his mouth. As the potion was slowly consumed, Quirrell's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His old skin gradually tightened, and his appearance reverted to what it was when Voldemort had possessed him. Quirrell, even you betrayed me. That's impossible. Why can't I see this in your mind? Voldemort exclaimed, realizing he had been deceived. He couldn't comprehend how this had happened, whether it was from Quirrell's body at this moment or from his mind in the past. I'm sorry, Master. No, I should call you Voldemort now. From the moment I met you, I knew that following you would lead to no good. Unfortunately, I was too weak in the past. If it weren't for Anduin, I would probably be dead and buried by now, Quirrell said, his voice clear and resolute. The reborn Quirrell had shed his former humility and cowardice. Damn it! Voldemort's expression grew more ferocious at Quirrell's betrayal. He then turned his gaze to Anduin. What did you do to me? Is this all your conspiracy? What did I do? Anduin replied with a contemptuous smile. I was merely admiring a dark wizard walking into the abyss step by step. How does it feel to stay in that bead? I spent a lot of high-grade materials to create such a high-quality soul container. In terms of cost alone, it has cost me at least 1,000 galleons. To deal with you, I have worked tirelessly. You should be proud of it. You? Doom? Beads? Voldemort was so shocked by Anduin's words that he couldn't fully process them. He could only look at Anduin in astonishment, still unable to believe everything he was hearing. Impossible! How could such a powerful demon be made artificially? Doom is the Lord of Fear from hell, the messenger of doom under Satan's command. Pfft! Anduin couldn't help but laugh. Satan, devil, doomsday messenger. Dear Mr. Voldemort, you are considered an old-timer in the wizarding world and a vanguard among terrorists. Don't tell me you believe such nonsense. Have you ever heard of magical creatures like demons in this world? Anduin sighed helplessly. I didn't really want to adopt such a set of rhetoric that Hog made up. If it weren't for time constraints, this trick of deceiving ghosts would be useless. However, judging from the results, although this plan is full of loopholes, the effect is very good. We still need to create a structure that is strong enough to be fake and real, and at the same time, cooperate with the right environment. What? Are you saying that everything in front of me is fake? Voldemort staggered back a few steps in disbelief. He shook his head and pointed to the blood moon in the sky. How do you explain the moon in the sky and this body? Its power is beyond doubt. I can feel the almost endless magic power in my body. Heh! Anduin smirked disdainfully. That moon in the sky? Didn't someone tell you that my Silver Flash trading company started out as a magic lamp? Anduin slowly took out a device similar to a car remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. The blood moon in the sky instantly reverted to its original appearance with a swish. This moon is a new product developed by Silver Flash Trading Company. It is a special lamp designed for large venues such as Quidditch stadiums and wizard markets. In addition to turning into a blood moon, it has other color options. After a brief advertisement for his product, Anduin fiddled with the remote control again, and the full moon switched to blue, purple, green, yellow, and other colors. Anduin could even control the brightness, adjusting it to his preference. In the end, he settled on a soft pink hue, casting a lovely glow over the forest. The sight left everyone in awe, not just Voldemort, but also Snape and the group of young wizards behind Anduin. Their mouths hung open in amazement. They never expected that even the moon in the sky was an alchemical creation. As for this body of yours, Anduin said, looking at Voldemort with a slight smile, isn't it because of this that you are so powerful? With that, Anduin extended his hand and made a slight gesture. Everyone watched as a large hole appeared in Voldemort's, or rather, the demon Dom's chest armor. A red stone then flew out of the opening and landed firmly in Anduin's hand. Is that the stone? Voldemort stared at the gem Anduin had extracted, momentarily dazed. Heh, isn't this the Sorcerer's Stone, the very item you tried to steal from Hogwarts in vain? Anduin said, tossing the stone lightly and looking at Voldemort with a teasing expression. End of this chapter. Chapter 738. Is your name Voldemort? Voldemort stared at the red stone that bounced energetically in Anduin's hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never expected the other party to handle such a treasure so casually. Only now did he understand why. Despite all his tests, he couldn't detect any abnormalities in Dum's body. The magic stone that powered Dum wasn't inside him at all, it was in the armor he wore. As Anduin took the Philosopher's Stone away, Voldemort felt a change within himself. The magic power stored in his body continued to surge, but it now felt like water without a source. Each breath he took consumed part of his energy, with no way to replenish it. Simultaneously, he noticed Dum's body shrinking slowly. The Philosopher's Stone not only provided energy but also maintained vitality. Without it, Dum's body, a construct of flesh and blood, would gradually decay. Voldemort realized that Anduin might have intentionally made Dum's body so large. The larger the body, the more vitality it required. By removing the energy source, Anduin ensured that Dum's body wouldn't last long, even if he did nothing else. Understanding this, Voldemort's first instinct was to flee. With his unique soul, he believed he could escape, even if exposed. However, when he tried to withdraw his soul from Dum's body, he found himself trapped. His soul couldn't leave the bead that was the core of Dum's consciousness. What was happening? Voldemort tried again, but he was truly trapped. It felt like being locked in a room with no doors, blocked by an impenetrable crystal wall. This loss of freedom filled him with panic, and he intensified his efforts to break free. But it was futile. The bead was of exceptional quality, and he couldn't even move it. As his attempts failed, Voldemort's heart sank. Anduin, noticing his struggle, smirked. "Just realizing it now? Your reaction is really slow," he teased. "Give up. The item trapping you is the Spirit Orb, which I forged with considerable resources. It allows entry and exit only when soaked in high-strength magic power." Anduin twisted the Philosopher's Stone and glanced at Voldemort. Without a magic supply, it becomes a closed cage, allowing entry but no exit. This alchemy item is of the highest quality. I originally prepared it for researching Dementors, but I didn't expect you to be its first occupant. "What do you want?" Voldemort asked coldly, realizing he had no choice but to confront Anduin. The opponent had set up an elaborate trap, using the Philosopher's Stone and young wizards like Harry as bait. It was clear that defeating or killing Voldemort wasn't the sole objective. "As a scholar, what else could I want? I wish to study your soul." "A soul that can withstand the killing curse is a rare and valuable experimental material," Anduin replied, his eyes narrowing with a chilling gaze that sent shivers down Voldemort's spine. Seeing Anduin's expression, even the fearless Voldemort felt a twinge of fear. Voldemort was completely terrified, but he still insisted, "If you want to use me as research material, you'll have to prove you have the ability." With that, Voldemort lashed out, swinging his long whip at Anduin. Despite his fear, he still had a significant amount of magic power left, enough to support him in a battle. He hoped to use his remaining strength to capture Anduin and seize the Philosopher's Stone, allowing him to escape from the soul-destroying orb. At the very least, he needed to force Anduin back to buy himself some time to break free from the orb's shackles. "To be honest, I have to admire your courage to attack me with a construct I created," Anduin said, unfazed by Voldemort's attack. He pulled the destroyer from the ground, swung his long sword diagonally upwards, and unleashed a solid thunderbolt of sword energy towards the whip. The sword energy not only countered Voldemort's attack, but also emitted terrifying lightning energy, pushing the whip back bit by bit. Before the sword energy dissipated, Anduin lifted his sword again. "It's been a long time since I fought personally, so I'll use this opportunity to warm up. Also, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time." "What kind of name is Voldemort?" "Overarmed!" Anduin roared. A thick layer of plasma shot out from his body, enveloping him and his sword. In the next second, the plasma transformed into a perfectly fitting silver armor. The armor was adorned with spike-like lightning snakes and emitted a strong magical aura, causing anyone who looked directly at Anduin to feel a sharp pain in their eyes. "Prepare to die!" Anduin bellowed. Clad in his new armor, he turned into a blur of afterimages, rushing towards Voldemort in the blink of an eye. He leaped and delivered a powerful flying kick to Voldemort's chest. Snape, Harry, and Quirrell, who were watching from behind, could easily see the force behind Anduin's kick. Voldemort, who had taken over Daum's body and stood nearly 10 meters tall, was sent flying like a cannonball. The impact created a gully more than 10 meters wide in the forest as Voldemort's body crashed through the trees. Dazed from the hit, Voldemort felt a stinging pain that penetrated his very bones. The pain gradually registered as he flew tens of meters away. Besides the physical agony, there was a sharp, soul-piercing pain caused by the lightning that had invaded his body. The electric sparks traveled through his body along the wound, finally reaching the Dementor bead. In that brief moment, Voldemort felt as if he had fallen into a boundless hell. The wild thunder's electric sparks invaded every corner of his soul, torturing him relentlessly. The pain was indescribable, and Voldemort could barely hold on to his consciousness, a testament to his sheer willpower. Before Voldemort could muster his magic to resist the invading currents, he saw an after-image bursting with electric sparks, moving faster than him. "Let me take off," Anduin shouted. He didn't wait for Voldemort to land, but caught up with lightning speed and delivered another kick to Voldemort's flying body, this time sending him upwards. The kick caused Voldemort, who was flying at high speed, to stop instantly as if he had slammed on the brakes. Then, he was propelled into the sky at an even faster speed. The heavy blows from two different directions almost shattered Voldemort's demonic body. After the second kick, Voldemort's limbs had already lost consciousness, and his chest and abdomen were a chaotic mess. As Voldemort flew straight into the sky, he gradually saw the full picture of the moon. It was a pink sphere, larger than a room, with an outer layer mimicking the surface of the real moon, complete with craters. Realizing he had the leisure to observe the moon, Voldemort felt a ridiculous sensation. He, who had always been invincible, was being kicked around like a ball by a young man, without any chance to resist. Before Voldemort could ponder further, the figure that appeared in front of him pulled him back to reality. Anduin had somehow surpassed Voldemort again, and was now above him. Anduin's entire body was flashing with lightning as he hovered in the sky, looking down at Voldemort, who was getting closer. Voldemort met Anduin's eyes and saw no emotion in them, as if Anduin were a robot driven solely by reason. However, as he got closer, Voldemort sensed the anger hidden deep within Anduin's pupils. It was like the calm before a storm, barely noticeable unless observed carefully. "I gave you those 2 kicks for Lily and James. Now we need to get serious. Are you ready?" Anduin's cold, piercing gaze locked onto Voldemort's face. Then he suddenly grinned with a hint of sarcasm. "Come down, storm!" Thor's spear, piercing through heaven and earth. With a melodious chant, Anduin slowly raised the Anmi sword upside down. A thundercloud in the sky quickly condensed and surged, forming a vortex like a tornado. It gradually gathered at the end of the Annihilation Sword's hilt, spreading out a straight upward electric light handle made of pure lightning. The long sword in Anduin's hand transformed into a giant silver spear over 10 meters long, with the extinguished blade as the spear's tip. Only a giant could wield the Thor's spear with ease, making Anduin, who held it, look small but also making the spear very light. Voldemort looked almost desperately at Anduin, who twisted the spear and raised it slowly before dropping it sharply. A massive lightning bolt, several meters in diameter, appeared out of nowhere in the jungle's center. At the end of the lightning was a giant silver spear embedded in the demon's body. Boom! The sound of the giant falling to the ground exploded, and the lightning that almost penetrated the sky and earth created a crater tens of meters wide. A thunderstorm followed, spreading even wider. Trees within a radius of hundreds of meters bent from the blow's aftermath, and rocks on the ground were flung around at high speed, as if trying to escape the scene. Even the distant onlookers were nearly blown away by the blow's aftermath. If Snape hadn't quickly cast a protective spell, they might have been hurt by Anduin's attack. The group of young wizards who witnessed the scene stood in shock, mouths agape. The battle had been so fast, so bright, and so terrifying. How long did it take for Professor Wilson's 3 consecutive attacks? Was it 10 seconds? Harry and the others only felt a sudden swish light up in front of their eyes, and then Voldemort was flung away. Before they could fully comprehend what had happened, Voldemort was already soaring into the sky with another swish. They managed to track Voldemort's rapid ascent with their eyes, but then a bolt of lightning, almost piercing the ground, struck down again. Until now, no one had fully grasped what had transpired. What they saw next was a scene of utter devastation. The area, spanning hundreds of meters, was almost razed to the ground. Of course, this description is somewhat misleading, as the ground in that area no longer existed. Instead, there was a massive crater nearly 10 meters deep. At the center of this crater lay the charred remains of the devil giant, with a spear still embedded in its chest, radiating a dazzling magical aura. Surging electrical currents continued to dance around the corpse, delivering secondary shocks. As a result, those who wanted to get a closer look didn't dare to approach. Within a few tens of meters of Voldemort's center, electric sparks flickered and crackled in the air. Ahem, Merlin's beard that hasn't been shaved for hundreds of years. Is this what a battle between adult wizards looks like? It's terrifying, Ron said, still in shock. He coughed violently, having forgotten to breathe during the intense scene, nearly suffocating himself. Fortunately, this didn't happen before we completed the dungeon mission. Otherwise, our fear levels might have skyrocketed in an instant, Hermione remarked, her eyes still staring blankly into the distance. Despite her shock, she couldn't help but instinctively make a complaint. End of this chapter. Chapter 739, The Resurrection Stone. On the other side, Anduin, who had caused the tragic scene, slowly descended from the sky and landed lightly next to the giant demon's corpse. After removing the lightning armor that covered his entire body, he revealed the familiar, handsome face of Professor Wilson. "Ah, I was too impulsive," Anduin sighed lightly, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Creating such a costly demon construction will definitely get me nagged by Shaltair for a long time." He paused, reflecting. "But at least this proves I'm not entirely cold-blooded. I can still get angry when facing Voldemort." Muttering to himself, Anduin approached the demon's corpse and inserted his hand into its head. When he pulled his hand out, he was holding a fist-sized orb that emitted a faint silver light. The dementing orb was filled with wild energy, and Voldemort, tortured by the piercing pain, was barely conscious. However, as soon as Anduin held the orb, Voldemort reacted quickly. He harbored deep hatred and fear for the young wizard before him. If Voldemort hadn't expected to fall into Anduin's trap, he would have remembered that Harry Potter was the prophesied one. "Anduin," Voldemort roared angrily, "I advise you to release me quickly, or I will make you feel true despair and pain in the future." Anduin curled his lips in disdain. "Don't you know that threats are meaningless? Saying such things only reveals your fragility and helplessness." Anduin grinned coldly, "I don't need to wait for the future. I can make you experience true despair right now." With that, Anduin's palm suddenly sparked with lightning, which he directed into the spirit-devouring orb. "Ah!" Voldemort howled in agony as the electric current surged through him. Even though he had been tortured by the wild energy in the orb, Anduin's actions elevated his pain to another level. "Stop it, Anduin. There's no need for us to be so hostile. I can teach you unique magic that I developed, even the secret of immortality." Voldemort pleaded, his voice desperate. "Yes, let's join forces, Anduin. Together we can rule the wizarding world. I'm willing to share it with you." Voldemort's incoherent pleas for cooperation were understandable from his perspective. He believed that someone with Anduin's power must have great ambitions, but Anduin found his words amusing. "Heh, why would I join forces with a coward afraid of death, especially in your current state, where you can't even protect yourself?" Anduin scoffed. "As for immortality, I already have at least 3 ways to achieve it. Your offer holds no temptation for me. And the knowledge in your mind? I'll extract it slowly, but the process won't be comfortable for you," Anduin added with a sinister laugh, making Voldemort shudder despite being just a soul. "No, if you're not interested in immortality, what about the Deathly Hallows? I possess a real Deathly Hallow." Voldemort blurted out in desperation. "The Deathly Hallows?" Anduin's interest was piqued, and he slowly retracted the wild energy. He was no stranger to the Deathly Hallows. During his battles with the Silver Lance Dueling Club, he had learned that many of the Silver Lances were from the Saint Party. Grindelwald, the leader of the Saints, often used the symbol of the Deathly Hallows as his logo. Through Thunderbird, Anduin had learned many truths about the Deathly Hallows. According to Thunderbird, the owner of the Elder Wand in the Deathly Hallows was Grindelwald himself. After his defeat, the Hallow disappeared from public view. Now, the most likely holder of the Elder Wand is Dumbledore, as he defeated Grindelwald back then. At least, that's what Thunderbird thinks. Although Anduin deduced this, he never showed any interest in the Elder Wand in front of Dumbledore, nor did he ask him about it. The main reason is that Anduin is not particularly interested in the Elder Wand. No matter how powerful a wand is, it needs to be suitable for its owner, and each wand has its own unique personality. Objects like the Elder Wand, which have passed through the hands of many wizards, must not be particularly loyal to their masters. Anduin still prefers his dark drawing to the Elder Wand. He is confident that the strength he can display with his own wand is not weaker than that of the Elder Wand. The invisibility cloak in the Deathly Hallows should be the one Harry inherited from James Potter. Anduin has seen Harry wearing it many times in secret. Most of the time, Harry uses it to follow Snape. Anduin is sure that the invisibility cloak is a Deathly Hallow because he had seen James and Lily use it. With his keen eyesight, even after 10 years, he can still recognize that it is the same cloak. Even a high-quality invisibility cloak will lose its magic power after 5 years of use at most, while the one from the Potter family has been used for at least 10 years and still works as well as new. So Anduin had judged long ago that it was a deathly hallow. However, since the invisibility cloak was a relic left by James to Harry, Anduin didn't think about borrowing it to study it. After all, he has many props that can achieve invisibility. Do you have the Resurrection Stone in your possession? After a simple process of elimination, Anduin judged that the only deathly hallow Voldemort had, or could have, was the Resurrection Stone. Not bad. In fact, Voldemort didn't know what the Deathly Hallows were. He just wanted to use this to deceive Anduin and make him stop. So he didn't understand why Anduin was so sure that the Deathly Hallow in his possession was the Resurrection Stone. But since Anduin had said so, Voldemort could only follow his lead. Where is it? Anduin asked simply and clearly, without any nonsense. To be honest, regarding the Deathly Hallows, Anduin was more interested in the Resurrection Stone, which claims to be able to bring people back to life. So Voldemort could be considered to have caught his interest. As long as you are willing to let me go and join hands with me. Before Voldemort could finish speaking, Anduin mobilized Wild Thunder again. Have you had enough of your nonsense? If you don't tell me, you will suffer. Anduin suddenly felt that Voldemort was a little pitiful at this moment. This guy was thinking too naively, wasn't he? Falling into Anduin's hands, did he still expect to leave unscathed? However, speaking of it, your soul is indeed surprisingly tenacious. Isn't it still broken at this point? Anduin muttered coldly, then increased the intensity of the electric shock. Stop! I'll tell you! Voldemort couldn't stand the repeated electric shocks and wailed submissively. Be honest. Tell me. Anduin urged again after stopping the electric shock. It's in the old house of the Gaunt family. Voldemort said after thinking for a moment. He was really broken by Anduin, so he could only make it up on the spot. There was indeed a family treasure he left in the Gaunt's old house, but he wasn't sure if it was the Resurrection Stone. However, Voldemort had enchanted that family treasure with a very strong fatal curse, so he hoped that Anduin would be killed by the trap he left after obtaining that item. Thus, he mentioned that place after a little thought. Is it the old house of the Gaunt family? Why do you sound a little guilty? You don't mean to lie to me, do you? Anduin bowed his head and pondered for a moment, then looked suspiciously at the Dementor Stone. It's absolutely true. Voldemort was shocked when he heard the words and quickly reconfirmed his vows. Well, I'll believe you this once, but if I find out that you dared to deceive me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Anduin sneered viciously, staring at Voldemort without any emotion. At this moment, Voldemort was actually quite panicked, but his words were like water poured out. It was too late to take them back now. While the two were communicating, Snape and Quirrell approached with 4 young wizards in tow. Professor? Hermione asked nervously after scanning the surrounding environment, which looked like the surface of Mars, and noticing the charred corpse. Has Voldemort been killed by you? Kill him? No. Anduin shook his head resolutely. Voldemort doesn't die so easily, and why should I kill him? Isn't a living Voldemort worth more? Anduin muttered inwardly. What? Everyone was surprised to hear that Voldemort was still alive after such a fierce attack. This was especially true for Quirrell, who had completely offended Voldemort with his betrayal. If Voldemort escaped, Quirrell would certainly face dire consequences. This place has been beaten up like this. Can Voldemort escape? Harry's eyes were wide open in disbelief. Who told you that he escaped? Isn't Voldemort right here? Anduin found everyone's reaction quite amusing. He held up the Dementor orb in his hand and whispered, This bead is Voldemort? Is he so cute? Ron poked his head out to observe the soul bead carefully and couldn't help but complain. The bead is not his body, but his soul is locked in it. Didn't you listen to their conversation earlier? Snape explained, a little exasperated. We were all petrified, Neville admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Anduin smiled indifferently and then turned to the Dementor bead. Say a few words. After all, you are all old acquaintances, right? You used to scare these children. However, Voldemort remained silent. Being watched like a monkey in a zoo didn't feel good, so he simply shut up and pretended to be dead. Didn't you hear me? I said talk. Anduin frowned when the soul-devouring orb remained silent, then suddenly sparked an electric current, Ah! Stop! Stop! Voldemort finally screamed. He was speechless and didn't know what to say. Is this guy really on the same side as Dumbledore? How could he be more cruel than me? Seeing Voldemort finally respond, Anduin smiled at the crowd. See, I told you this old man is tough. He's just a little shy. Shy? Shy? Everyone, including Snape, forced a smirk with stiff expressions. They couldn't understand how Anduin could use such a word to describe a Dark Lord who had once waged war in the wizarding world. Seeing Voldemort, who was once invincible and feared by all, now locked in a small bead like a pet, made them feel a sense of absurdity, as if they were in another world. For a moment, everyone just looked at each other in blank dismay, unable to speak. Finally, Snape was the first to break the silence, or rather, the first to attack. Anduin, why didn't you inform us in advance when you made such a big commotion? Do you know what we've been through these past 2 days? What if something had happened to these children? How would you explain that? Although Anduin had just saved his life, Snape was still furious. Realizing that Anduin had used him and the young wizards as bait made him very angry. I'm sorry, Anduin said, facing Snape's questioning without defending himself. The action may seem hasty, but the reason I dared to proceed is that I have been closely monitoring the situation since you entered the instance. I am well aware of the circumstances here. On the other hand, I feel more at ease with you around. With you here, Severus, protecting a few young wizards will certainly not be a problem. Humph, Snape scoffed at Anduin's compliment, showing no appreciation. Although the final outcome wasn't severe, your actions have already jeopardized the safety of Hogwarts. Dumbledore couldn't react in time. Then you might be disappointed to learn that this entire plan to trap Voldemort was orchestrated by Dumbledore and me, Anduin said with a helpless shrug. If you want to place blame, I'm afraid you'll have to include him as well. What? Dumbledore was involved? Snape was taken aback. He knew that Anduin and Dumbledore had been suspicious of Quirrell, but he hadn't expected them to be aware of Voldemort's presence so early on. End of this chapter. Chapter 740. Closing, seeking a recommended monthly ticket. Seeing Snape's curiosity, Anduin didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out a wooden box enchanted to shield perception and placed Voldemort inside. He didn't want Voldemort to overhear any secrets before fully understanding his condition. After all, this was someone who had survived the killing curse, and Anduin couldn't guarantee he could trap him completely. The soul-absorbing bead was already the strongest container Anduin had for storing souls, but he wondered if he should add some imprisonment runes to it next. He muttered to himself, but didn't lose focus for long. After dealing with Voldemort, he turned to Snape. Actually, Dumbledore and I didn't expect Voldemort to sneak into Hogwarts initially. We only noticed something was off with Quirrell, Anduin explained. Snape nodded, already aware of this. Initially, he and Dumbledore had thought Quirrell was merely bewitched and had joined the Death Eaters. However, before Christmas, Quirrell found me by chance, Anduin continued, glancing at Snape. At that time, I sensed something unspeakable about him, but I didn't expect it to be Voldemort. So Quirrell came to you on his own initiative? Snape asked, nodding towards Quirrell. It seems you weren't as miserable as you imagined. There's really no future in following Voldemort. But there's one thing I haven't figured out, Snape paused, turning to Quirrell. Voldemort is a master of legilimency. Since he chose to parasitize on you, how could he not see any problems? It all depends on Anduin's help, Quirrell said, stroking the pendant on his chest. Although Voldemort is parasitic on me, he is very weak and can't watch me all the time. He has to sleep. I waited for him to sleep before going to Anduin. At that time, Anduin gave me a prop that allowed me to escape Voldemort's perception. I only went to Anduin after ensuring the prop was effective. Sorry. Quirrell bowed his head, feeling ashamed of his cowardly behavior. However, the others did not condemn him. After all, he had been held hostage by Voldemort, the once mighty Dark Lord. I didn't say I would give you the second brain, Anduin said, glancing at Quirrell. That's my treasure. Don't forget to return it later, and I need to check if Voldemort left anything hidden in there. I know, Quirrell replied, showing a cowardly expression. After tonight's battle, he felt both gratitude and deep fear towards Anduin. The junior in front of him had proven to be terrifying in a fight. Just understand, Anduin nodded, then looked at Snape. After I learned that Voldemort was parasitic on Quirrell, I discussed it with Dumbledore several times. Initially, my suggestion was to act quickly and find an opportunity to expel Voldemort from Quirrell while he was dormant. But Dumbledore had a different view. He has a deeper understanding of Voldemort. He believed that with Voldemort's cunning, if we acted hastily, we would likely face severe retaliation. The final result could be that Quirrell would be silenced and Voldemort would escape. Even Dumbledore wasn't sure he could completely contain Voldemort. From what I've observed, Dumbledore's concerns were valid. Voldemort's soul is much tougher than that of normal wizards. Even with high-strength magic, I still cannot. Anduin sighed, feeling a mix of confusion and relief. Despite his confident demeanor in front of Voldemort, he had been on high alert. Voldemort's resilience had truly surprised him. The wild thunder spell he had cast earlier would have incapacitated anyone else, yet Voldemort seemed almost unaffected, albeit weakened. So you and Dumbledore planned this trap, using that doomsday messenger to lure Voldemort into possession? Snape asked, frowning and looking at Anduin with some reproach. To be honest, this is quite risky. What if Voldemort hadn't taken the bait? If he didn't, we had a backup plan, Anduin replied with a shrug. Dumbledore and I actually prepared 3 sets of plans. The end plan was to lure him into parasitizing Dumb. And if Voldemort chose to ignore Dumb? Snape pressed. In that case, I would have secretly manipulated Dumb to fight Quirrell hard. If Voldemort still refused to leave Quirrell's body, Dumb would have killed Quirrell, Anduin explained calmly. Wait, wouldn't that kill Professor Quirrell? Hermione asked, shocked by Anduin's cold-blooded remarks. Not necessarily, Anduin shook his head lightly. Quirrell's body would be destroyed, but his soul could survive using the props I lent him. It would at least save his life. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Based on Dumbledore's understanding of Voldemort, he believed that if there was a real crisis, Voldemort would abandon Quirrell without hesitation, Anduin continued. And given Voldemort's arrogance, the likelihood of him choosing to escape was low. He would at least try to deal with Dumb. I see, Snape nodded, understanding. But what if Voldemort really wanted to run away, or didn't choose to parasitize Dumb? Then he would have to face Dumb in his full form. I wouldn't intervene unless absolutely necessary. If Voldemort didn't take the bait, it would mean we couldn't capture him, and some of our information might have been exposed, Anduin explained. In other words, if Voldemort wasn't so greedy, he might have escaped again, Snape sighed, his fear of Voldemort evident. Exactly. Dumbledore and I had no better options, but things are going as we planned, Anduin said with a smile, turning to the young wizards. Speaking of which, this operation's success is thanks to you. If you hadn't acted so convincingly, Dumb might not have deceived Voldemort. Professor, don't mention it. The energy in Desperate Town almost made me wet myself, especially Dumb, who seemed like a real demon, Ron said, glancing at the charred corpse and shivering. Don't blame these kids. Even I was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, Snape said, giving Anduin a dissatisfied look. And the intensity of the previous level's layout was too high. Those elite demons were not something ordinary young wizards could handle. Didn't you see that you were there? Anduin teased. Since you were there to help, why not show some strength? Anduin then turned to the 4 young wizards with an admiring expression. To be honest, your performance was impressive. Each of you tapped into your potential. I believe this experience has been quite rewarding for you. Neville nodded eagerly. Yes, Uncle Wilson. I felt a sense of mastery in my melee combat techniques during the battle, and my thinking has become much clearer. That's due to your persistent training. Keep it up, Anduin said, nodding in satisfaction. He then glanced at Ron. But, Ron, you need to work on your courage. You're too easily scared, and that's not good. You'll have to enter Despair Town a few more times next time, Anduin advised. Oh, Ron scratched his head in embarrassment. In this eerie dungeon, he was the team's biggest liability, often the first to succumb to fear. Professor, does this mean the dungeon will officially open soon? Harry asked, picking up on Anduin's implication, his excitement barely contained. That's right, Anduin nodded, glancing around. But I need to clean up this place first. I hope you'll be satisfied with the dungeon." Satisfied, but not entirely. Hermione's eyes widened with excitement, but she quickly tempered her enthusiasm. "This dungeon is much more interesting than the Ruins dungeon, but it's really scary, both in terms of the environment and the monsters. If possible, I'd love to come back. It's a bit scary, but the experience is incredible," Harry added, recalling their previous adventures with a hint of nostalgia. The rest of the group echoed similar sentiments, enjoying the thrill of turning defeat into victory in desperate situations. "That's good to hear. I was worried there wouldn't be much interest in horror-themed dungeons," Anduin said, gaining confidence in his dungeon business from their reactions. After chatting for a while, Anduin urged, "All right, you've been in Despair Town for over 2 days. You must be exhausted from the continuous high-pressure environment. It's time to send you back." "Agreed," Snape nodded. Even he was worn out from the past 2 days of fighting, and several young wizards were yawning from exhaustion. He quickly asked, "What about Quirrell? Should he go back to Hogwarts to continue teaching?" The question made several young wizards and Quirrell uncomfortable. Although Quirrell had chosen to abandon the dark side at a critical moment, he had served Voldemort for a long time. It felt awkward to have him teach them again. They also learned that he had broken into Gringotts and tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone, making him a wanted fugitive. "I have my own plans for this," Anduin said, turning to Quirrell. "I'll speak with Dumbledore. I promise to guarantee your safety, but you won't be able to stay at Hogwarts or even in England. This is for your protection. There are still many Death Eaters lurking in the British wizarding world who might seek revenge. If the authorities find out, they may not let you go," Anduin explained. "I understand," Quirrell nodded, slightly disappointed. But considering everything, saving his life was a blessing, and he couldn't ask for more. "I'll send you to Germany. You can help out at the Silver Flash Trading Company there. If the Death Eater and Gringotts issues are resolved in the future, you might be able to return," Anduin said, showing some affection for Quirrell, his senior, after spending more than 3 years together in the Curse Club. After confirming the arrangements, Anduin took out a random door and returned to Hogwarts with everyone. Back in the familiar environment, the young wizards breathed a sigh of relief. Their nerves had been too tense before, and even with Anduin, the surrounding environment's invisible pressure made it impossible to relax. Only now did they realize how safe it felt to be back at Hogwarts. A group of dispirited little wizards ran happily towards the Gryffindor Tower, like untethered puppies. They couldn't wait to return to the warmth of their dormitory. After sending these 4 young wizards away, Anduin took Snape and Quirrell to the principal's office. In fact, after Harry and the others entered the town of Despair, Anduin had notified Dumbledore, asking him to return to the school to oversee the situation. Anduin himself had only returned half a day ago, though he had been monitoring the situation in Despair Town remotely. Upon seeing Quirrell following Anduin, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. "It seems you have returned with good news." "Fortunately," Anduin replied with a calm smile. He then placed a box containing Voldemort's soul on the principal's desk. "Voldemort is here. Come and meet your old friend." Dumbledore's expression froze at Anduin's words. He then solemnly looked at the box in front of him. He hadn't expected Anduin to succeed, not only in expelling Voldemort from Quirrell, but also in capturing him. With a heavy sigh, Dumbledore slowly opened the lid. "Tom, I really didn't expect us to meet again under these circumstances." End of this chapter.